Hey, Arbalest, the Orpheus Protocol. You know, I mean, given the stream that happened here last Saturday, maybe, you know, hope everybody's doing okay. Happy Tuesday, or for certain values of happy. We live in the country where one of our local oligarchs made the Nazi salute twice during the presidential inauguration, and the media is pretending that that didn't happen, and it was an honest mistake. And P.S. Special shout out to the, I'm gonna just say it right there, the stupid fucking bitch that tweeted out a message saying, "Oh no!" First of all, full like like ADL member defense, like, "Oh my God, the Jewish people are the best," and then went like, "Oh, what Elon did? No, Elon is a friend to Jews. That wasn't a Nazi salute. That was a man with Asperger's showing too much emotion." Fuck you. All right, I have autism and ADHD, and yet somehow I managed to keep from fucking doing the Nazi salute when I get excited about something. Fuck you for pretending it's like he's not a racist Nazi. He's just autistic. Go fuck yourself, lady. Hi. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm having a great time here in the United States of America, having a wonderful time. It's just everything is wonderful today. For anybody who showed up to the stream expecting a nice calm time, we do not live in nice calm times right now. So it is what it is. All right, I have a little bit of rage to get out, and it will get out when, whether I want it to or not. So we might as well just kind of flush it out. P.S. If anybody on chat feels the need to go ahead and yell about things, sure, I won't stop you. But what we're here to do today, after I take a quick sip of water, got a couple of things. First of all, apologies for the late start. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's happening here? Why is that like that? There we go. Apologies for the late start. I'm gonna show you what's kind of been taking up my time. Let's switch over to the overhead, and here we go. Now this is the book that we're gonna be looking at, but before we get there, I'm gonna step away from the camera just for a second. Bear with me. So, guess who just got a 3D printer, and got excited about printing minis for various games. So many, and so there was a batch that I was wrapping up, for the Planescape game that I will be running in person tomorrow for a group here in Brooklyn, and I'm very excited about it, as you can tell. I printed out some these. None of these that you are looking at here are spoilers, right? All of these are just general figurines for various purposes, right? And just a whole bunch of player characters and whatnot. Look at that shit. That's dope. Let's see. What's it look like? Here we go. Look at that. Look at the level of detail on this thing. I have a machine that produces these things, and it's very, it's a resin printer. It is. I got a, what is this? This is the Anycubic Photon M5S Pro. That's the one I picked up, and I got it for a fucking steal. I got it for like $200. And then I picked up a wash and cure station and a little like enclosure and hood. I'm not gonna throw the camera over there because it's kind of messy, but it's all enclosed, and it's got a hood for the fumes that go out, so I can actually be in this room without immediately dying. And yes, look at these guys. Look at these little guys. Holy shit. This is so good. I'm so happy with this. And so I am printing out. I was in the middle of printing out the minis that I'm going to be using for for the adventure tomorrow, including specific minis for specific NPCs. And my players actually submitted STL files, and I printed them out, and I just saw them, and I think I'm gonna have to reprint the player character ones because they're using Hero Forge. No, sorry, not Hero Forge. Titan Forge, I think, or something minis, and apparently those are not great for. Because all my other minis like came out pretty solid. Those look like they're a little falling apart. Like as soon as I started taking off the supports, the one of the player characters that was holding a spellbook, their hand just came off, including the spellbook just came off. Like it wasn't properly attached to the body. So I'm gonna have to take a closer look at those particular models and maybe fix them and reprint them. Almost everything else is fine, including the NPCs, including a few unique monsters and stuff. I'm excited for that. I don't want to show them on camera because spoilers, right? But man, I'm excited. Let me see. Wait, you have a ridiculous amount of STLs and subscriptions. Yeah, give me. I'll take all of them. I like the auto leveling and speed. Yeah, no, like it's really nice. Like I didn't really get into 3D printing until now, and now super. Now this is dope. This is dope. Holy shit! Like all these things, and like all of this for like, I mean, yes, the cost of the machine and all that, right? But in terms of like the actual physical like resin cost, right? There's like not even $10 worth of resin in here, and they like I'm using an ABS like resin, so these are actually like they're not super brittle. Like I'm not gonna throw them on the floor, but they're not super brittle. There's just enough flexibility on these that they won't snap too easily. Like, you know, it's yeah, these are good. This is good. This is really high quality, especially for what you for my purposes, right? Because I'm not reselling these. Now the problem is going to be that, you know, I'm going to have to learn to paint these, and that's a whole other mess. But yeah, no, I mean, I'll take. I need to like. I've been meaning like, all right, I'm going through like, all right, which subscriptions do I want to pick up, right? And maybe get more figurines. But otherwise, I just spent like $15 in STLs last night just to get the right monsters and the right and everything that I needed. I'm excited for that. I'm excited. Also, the players are just hyped because they're like, wait a minute, we get to make custom minis. So it's like, yeah, the DM, like, I'm charging you money for this, right? I have no problem. Give me your STL, go to Hero Forge or go to Titan Forge or whatever. You know, generate your character, send me the STL, I'll print it out, I'll bring it to the game. You have a custom mini now. It's yours. If you want to paint it, I'm not going to paint it for you. That's a whole other matter. But, you know, let's see. At 4 printers going out once for a while, just gave 2 away to make room for a nursery, so I have to figure out where I'm going to put the others. 3D printer. Yeah, no, again, you saw the double handful. That's not all of them. There's like another full handful of figurines plus the ones that I just finished printing, which I would kick off to dry, but I like to remove the supports before I put them in the curing box. So I would need to go over there, and I'm not going to move over there because I have no way to grab everything and drag it all the way over there. You know, you don't want to watch me like, I mean, maybe you do want to watch me, but it's still not what I'm going to do. Just carefully take away all the supports and then put them into the curing station. So they're just going to kind of sit there in their supports, partially uncured for a little bit at least until the stream is over. Then I'll get back to it, especially since I realized, cripes, the player character ones, which I was really hoping would be out of all of them, I think those were the ones that I was most hoping would be fine, and they're not. So shame, but that's okay. I've got a couple other things I need to print out anyway, so I like to, like, you know, like if I can print out at least 8 minis at a time in a batch, all the better, because as I discovered with the way like resin printers work, really it's about the height, right? So you want to keep your model as short as possible, because since it's just flashing one layer at a time, whether those layers have like 20 minis filling up all that space or just 1 mini in the middle, each layer is going to take about the same amount of time, you know, more or less, right? Rule of thumb, blah 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 blah. You know, you might adjust depending on the resin you're using, whatnot. I'm still learning, but for the most part, you want to pack everything in and get it nice and flat, right? That's close. So if you want like faster prints, So I'll usually just go like, all right, like put in like what, anywhere from 8 to 10 minis at a time. As much fill that print bed as much as possible, and it works. It works fine. I've had no, again, all of those that I just went on to, all of those are fine. I think out of all of those, I had like two minor misprints. One that had like a big bulky like shield, and you know what? Here, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. I'm not even talking about the game anymore. This guy, so his shield had fallen off. There we go. Gonna put him there on camera. This shield had fallen off, and I just got a little bit of crazy, just a touch, and he's back. He's back. He's still a little delicate. He's still curing the glue anyway. But I was able to repair him. And then another one that had like was an elf with a bow of some kind, and the front half of the bow kind of snapped off. I tried to fix that, but for whatever reason, the crazy glue wasn't taking. It's okay. It was like an elf with a bow. Like I've got so many elves with bows. That's the least rare figurine ever. So, but the fun part is that since I'm the campaign that I'm going to be running for D&D for my players is a Planescape campaign. That means that there's going to be a lot of weird creatures that are hard to find if you're just buying regular minis, right? But with a 3D printer, like somebody's made a Mesoloth STL. I can download it either free or usually just a couple of bucks. And there we go. Now I have a mini, and it's ready for tomorrow's game, right? It's not like, well, I ordered it online, it'll take a few weeks or whatever. Like I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I've been wanting to have a 3D printer for ages, and I got that really good deal on that one. It's crazy how cheap they are these days, and I actually don't have the money for this. On a purely financial level, I should not have done this. On a does it make my soul happy, and is it gonna hopefully make my players happy? Yeah. Is it also probably gonna kill me with the fumes at some point? Probably. That's why I bought a whole like full enclosure, like literally. You know what? Here. Let me see. Let's see if I can put that. Let's see how that looks. That's my corner. You can barely see it. It's all blurry. It's too far away. You're not gonna be able to see it. All right. Let's go back here. But trust me. It's a full enclosure with a like a built-in fan and a purifier and a tube that snakes out and goes out the window, and then it's like sealed there. So yes, once I open that thing, some of the fumes get in. But I'm also in the one room. The studio room is also the one room in this apartment that actually can get a crosswind. I have a window over there and windows behind me, so I can actually open up both windows and get like that full ventilation in here. So it works. It works out. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, cured supports suck to tape. Yeah, exactly. I prefer to take the supports like before you cure them. They're a lot more flexible that way. You still got to be careful, right? Because the whole figurine is bendier, so be careful, right? But it's much easier than curing the whole thing. Also, depending on the supports, their supports are just so thick that I feel like it won't cure properly because the light won't get past the supports into like stuff like this guy here, right? This guy here with the cape. As you can probably imagine, this is like, look at the cape. That cape is thick on that model. There we go. Like, as you can probably imagine, the program just like filled all that in with supports. It's just a forest of supports to make that cape stand up when printing. It's wonderful how well it came out. I'm very, very happy with the final result. But you can still see like under there, like there's still a couple of places where like we'll probably have to sand it off a little, like there. I don't know if you can see that on camera very well, but if I had tried to cure this with the supports on, like I don't think the light would have gotten in there. It would have been so hard to properly do. So yeah, as I said, once we're done with the stream, that's basically what I'm going to. Well, I'm doing two things tonight, right? Tonight I'm finishing up those minis, cleaning that up. Probably gonna have to reprint the player minis. What a shame. It's fine. They're small. They'll only take a couple hours. But that and just final bits on the adventure. I'm trying not to over plan. It's been a while since I've run D&D. So I'm trying to not over plan a little, but at the same time, it's like, well, I know exactly what I want to happen. But we'll see. Also depends on how the players go. You know what? Friday will probably a post, or rather Thursday, I guess. Thursday stream, because the game is tomorrow. It's going to be like a post-game wrap-up and report on how that all went down. But I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Alas, man, they're calling to me. I see them. I see them over there, sitting there. All the little supports still uncured, just going, Dan, free us from our supports. Put us to the curing station. You know you want to. I do actually want to, but there's a stream to do. And finally catching up. Yeah, exactly. Plus the light doesn't. Yeah, exactly. I literally saw your text. Yeah, like if there's a lot of them, the light's not gonna get through. So we are on the same page. And finally, I have, hey Phoenix, welcome in, friend. I have thousands of STLs in my mini factory. That's where I picked up some of the minis that I picked up yesterday. Titan Forge. Yep, Titan Forge is where where my players, I think, made theirs. DM Stash, Stormborn, Major Arcana will make good minis with Piece of Book. I'll have to check those out as well. But also, yes, Arbalest, I would steal all your STLs given half a chance. Just all of them. Anyway, hi, hey Phoenix. Hope you are doing well, friend. Hope the day finds you okay. I'm just nerding out because I got a 3D printer and I have so many figurines. I love this. I love my 3D printer. It makes me very happy. I like this little guy here, because he's like, he's there, and there we go, right? And he's like got his little spell and everything. It's like, I am a little spell, but then you turn him around. Look at that, he's holding a knife behind his back that he's going to stab you with. Also, I just realized there's a little support there that I need to clean out. It's got kind of like a magical base and whatnot. It's fun. I am really enjoying having a little 3D printer. Again, I probably should not have spent the money on it, but you can't stop me. I cannot be stopped. I will continue making more minis all the time. I see people like sell them. I don't think I could, but these are for me, for my games, but definitely for my in-person games. Yeah, why not? I will definitely make minis for my players going forward. Look at this little guy. He's a little turtle, like monk / bard, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I love this guy. I love this little guy. Anyway, what are we here for? We're here to talk about this game, not about my new obsession with 3D printing. So let's get to that instead. Just double check, make sure chats are good. You can definitely offer to print cell minis to new players if they see something they like. True. Just, like I said, I don't think that's going to be a major money making venture. That said, it is profitable. You can print out a batch of 10 minis, and your total cost in materials and resin is less than $2. So yeah. All right. So the Orpheus Protocol. Let's actually get on topic, shall we? This is a game of cosmic horror and espionage by Rob Stith. Stith? Yeah, Stith. Let's actually check the back. Oh, no blurb in the back. Just I guess a magical holy symbol of some kind, which I'm not opposed to. Most of my friends pay me in beer, but they are friends. Well, yes, exactly. Making these for friends is free. I already told Jesus, he likes painting minis. So I was like, hey, let me know if you find any minis that you want me to print for you. I can, and then you paint them. We could do a partnership here. All right, so dedications, backer list, blah blah blah. So I got this book on Kickstarter. It was kickstarted a while ago. It took a while. It is based off of this book is dedicated to the extended cast and crew of the Orpheus Protocol podcast, whose talents, patience, and faith nurture this project from dream to possibility to reality. So I had to support them as a fellow podcaster, right? And a fellow tabletop RPG actual play podcaster, no less. This was a project of a game made by and for a specific show, and I wanted to support that, so I did. I did, and this is the result: the Orpheus Protocol book. Um, but I've been kind of avoiding this. Unfortunately, looks like after it was printed, there were a few errata, a few errors, and they were unable to fix the errors before the book went to print. So their solution was and I haven't done this yet. I haven't picked it. I do kind of like this as a solution. I haven't seen other books do this. Most books will just release a digital errata. These folk printed out a nice little color. It's actually surprisingly like thick. Nice little like sticker sheet with the page corrections and errata, the stuff that needed to be changed in the book. It's like, hey, just cut those out and stick them directly onto the pages of the book where we got things wrong. Like put this one in the bottom of the left column of page 62. So we'll keep this in mind, because as we're going through the book, we'll see what happened. We'll actually compare what was broken with the corrected version of this. So, like, it's a shame that the book came out with errors. I kind of love their solution for it, just stickers. I'm not gonna cut them out on stream, but should we ever play this? Yeah, sure, why not? So let's go ahead and check out the book. We've got a table of contents. Do we have an index? If I go all the way back, that's. Well, I mean, doesn't matter. This was yeah. So this was around 2023, I guess, because I remember getting the called in for jury duty back then. I served for a single day because the case was canceled, and that was all I needed. Apparently, that's where I was storing that. Anyway, hey, printable resources. Okay, this is good stuff back here. So all the sheets and stuff are back here. That's nice. Initiative tracker, a special initiative tracker. Okay, here we go. So we do have an index. It's kind of short and tight for what it is, and again, very big font. Let's look at the rest of the book. All right, the book has a decent sized font. So this is not like it's a medium sized book, medium kind of thickness book. The pages are glossy, color well done. The text size is bigger than I'm used to in a lot of other games, which means that even though this is let's see here, it's a total number of pages, so over 300 page book, it's probably not crazy amount of text, but let's see what we've got in the game. Production, safety rules, core rules, character creation, humanity and horror, social influence, action reports and downtime, challenges, advancement, archetypes, a whole bunch of stuff. Director sections. I guess director looks like to be the game master section. Also, I need to wait before I've learned how many times have we got to teach you this lesson, old man. Here we go. Let me put this. Just do something over here. There we go. So I can actually keep an eye on when the ads are coming, so I don't have the fun surprise of. Oh, come on. There we go. The fun surprise of like, oh, ads happened 3 minutes ago and I didn't even notice, right? All right, let's see here. And then we've got building stories. We got some example scenarios. That's fine. What looks to be a whole adventure, in fact, communion in glass. And then the printable resources at the end and the index. All right, let's get to it. Introduction. Let's read their little Orpheus origin here. Since the dawn of time, humankind has struggled to survive the ravages of nature, the frailty of the body, and the cruel whims of fate. This is known by all. But only the initiated know that nature and its attendant miseries are the least of our concerns. There exist powers and realms beyond the comprehension of the unbroken mind, and the dark corners of the earth are home to the twisted offspring of these powers and to exiles from these realms. How has humanity survived in the face of threats whose very names can sear our souls? Some say by the grace of God, some say by mere luck or by the strength of the human spirit. All of these are wrong. We survive because we have captured some few of these supernatural threats and put them to use. Humanity has stolen from the gods a dark fire it cannot comprehend, and wields it desperately against the coming night. Orpheus, a secretive paramilitary organization tracing its roots to ancient history, strives to maintain a monopoly on deployable paranormal power, operating in strike teams and secret cells around the globe. Their methods are ruthless, their resources bottomless, and their directive simple: assess, contain, employ. Okay, so it looks like we're dealing with a sort of semi SCP kind of situation, right? We just looked at Triangle Agency, which takes a comedic sort of comedic corporate satire look at anomalies and contain, secure, protect kind of thing. This one, assess, contain, employ. Like, we're looking for supernatural stuff and making it a job offer. That seems to be the thing. Again, I love these kinds of games. I gravitate towards, like, I work for a shadowy agency dealing with supernatural shit. It is one of my favorite genres. So far, I'm in. Let's see, Orpheus Protocol, tabletop role-playing game in which players explore a world of eldritch horror, occult espionage, and shadowy paramilitary engagement. To this end, players take on the role of supernaturally augmented or impeccably skilled operatives with a role in Orpheus's eternal mission to protect the world and consolidate its supernatural power in the process. These operatives investigate strange occurrences, navigate dangerous social situations with cunning and finesse, and do battle with forces inconceivable to the undamaged human psyche. Players familiar with the X-Files, Twin Peaks, Hellboy, cosmic horror fiction, or even the Jason Bourne films should have a good idea of the game's intended feel. Orpheus operatives must attempt to make sense of the impossible and insulate the normal world from factors it is woefully unequipped to handle. Players infiltrate cults, prevent terror attacks, catalog mind-shattering metaphysical phenomena, kill and are killed by creatures that should not be, all the while engaging with a tense and delicately balanced system of resource management that mechanically models the operatives' dwindling internal reserves, the mounting dread of the supernatural, and their luck just plain running out. Interesting. All right, well, let's see what the game system brings to us. All right, what is a tabletop role-playing game? Yes, we do know. I'm going to skip that. The world of Orpheus belongs to you. It is important to note that every bit of setting information presented in this book should be understood merely as the default setting. Groups playing the Orpheus Protocol are encouraged to remix, mash up, reskin, and otherwise transform the setting and set dressing to fit the type of stories, yada, 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 yada. It's a role-playing game. Let's see, so Orpheus suffers no rival. As an organization, Orpheus seeks to completely monopolize the tactical and profitable applications of supernatural power. Governments or private groups experimenting with the occult for the purpose of gaining power or wealth are undermined or taken over, else war is inevitable. Smaller cults or dabblers in the arcane may be left alone, but if one consolidates a level of power beyond what Orpheus finds tolerable, Orpheus sets to work. Orpheus may strive to keep the world safe, but they wish to hold all the cards as they do so. The world is blind. So these are the core stuff, the core things. Orpheus suffers a rival. The world is blind. Orpheus, despite unmatched prowess in the field of the unknown, is bound by the limitations that come with working in secret. Open knowledge of their activities would doom them Open knowledge of their activities would doom them to eradication by more powerful, if more mundane, entities such as world governments and gigantic corporations. The most powerful, effective, and often used weapon in the Orpheus arsenal is that of information superiority. Orpheus's spy networks, blackmail schemes, assassination plots, disinformation initiatives, and other methods of keeping the public in the dark occupy the bulk of its budget and operations. After all, someone has to keep the world safe, and the first step to keeping the world safe is to keep the organization completely safe. No matter the cost. So not only does the world not know about the supernatural, but Orpheus specifically works to keep it that way. And the world is dangerous, but so are you. The Orpheus Protocol is designed to deliver a tense, often dark game experience where the players make life or death decisions, often with incomplete information and often without any clean way to fix the problems that need fixing. Supernatural is meant to be portrayed as ultimately unknowable. Ooh, here we go. look at some art. In fact, let's kind of focus, make sure to see what it looks like. Ooh, okay, it's super shiny, super shiny. There we go, there we go. Kind of get past the shine, but we've got a little bit of, it's like a psychic sort of schoolgirl kind of deal. A dude that's got like a half a robot arm stuff, some cyborg stuff, and whatever's going on with this person down there. It can, with the light shining, you can barely tell. But not sure what's going on with them, but hopefully we'll find out. Hey, Hawkeye, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. We are checking out, as the stream title implies, the Orpheus Protocol, game of cosmic horror and espionage. If the shining of the light on the very shiny book doesn't completely hide that. There we go. Anyway, we just started. It's a great time to come in. The base setting, we work for an organization called Orpheus, multinational organization that works in secret to keep tabs on the supernatural, and their things are assess, contain, employ. So they are not just in charge of, keep in charge of controlling the supernatural and keeping people safe, but also they have no problem with, apparently, with using the supernatural. So I kind of like that approach. So many of them are no, you must never use your abilities, supernatural. No, it's just it's our stuff. Like we use that. Nobody else gets to. Let's see. The world is dangerous, but so are you. The Orpheus Protocol is designed to deliver a tense, often dark game experience, yada, yada, yada. Supernatural is meant to be portrayed as ultimately unknowable, despite what meager knowledge humanity has managed to scrape together in the millennia since we've risen above the station of terrified prey animals. Humans have woefully insufficient knowledge, even those of eldritch powers they've managed to harness. At the end of the day, the universe is vast and dark and unknown, and humans have no claim to special status within it. However, operatives of Orpheus have potential to wield personal power beyond the limits of most people's darkest nightmares. While all the magics, technology, and resources an operative can bring to bear won't make any difference on the scale of humanity's place in the universe, closer up, in a firefight or disrupting a dangerous cult ritual, let's say, they can make all the difference in the world. Players in the Orpheus Protocol can be powerful and can greatly impact the world around them, but there's always someone or something scarier out there. All right, so fundamentals of the game. Let's see, what are you offering me here, Orpheus Protocol? Fundamentals. The Orpheus Protocol is intended to help create stories that, while maintaining a tone of horror and tension, blend three main elements: investigation, social influence, and combat. These elements need not be perfectly balanced, but it's highly recommended that directors structure their games such that all three elements are powerfully present. Director's section offers much more detailed guidance on how to structure games so that each element plays a role, yada, yada, yada. Cool. So, element number one, investigation. Operatives of Orpheus must often follow investigative trails to their targets that start with little more than a rumor, a local cryptid legend, the ravings of a traumatized ex-cultist, mysterious signals bouncing down from satellites, or some other strange bit of loose string in need of pulling. Operatives often chase down leads, surveil suspects, investigate mysterious locations, research strange happenings, and otherwise endeavor to piece together the particulars of the unnatural phenomena the organization tasks them with handling. Assess, after all, is the first step in assess, contain, employ. Veteran operatives' gallows humors has it that many operations are more or less puzzle boxes with monsters waiting inside. Social influence. Naturally, as an operation continues, operatives sometimes need to get information out of people, convince them to do things, or just lie to them. While Orpheus is no stranger to black bagging and interrogation, or louder methods of getting what one wants, it is sometimes easier and less damaging to operational security to field operatives skilled in managing the human element. Interviewing witnesses, building rapport with a cult your cell must infiltrate, making up cover stories, figuring out what a mob boss really wants. All manner of social tasks could prove critical to an operation's success. Combat. And as a third, social influence and combat. No matter how well planned an operation is, it's hardly a rare occurrence for things to come down to a fight. Shootouts with heavily armed doomsday cultists, desperate bids to destroy creatures whose existence is an infected wound on the face of reality, or simply punching someone who needs a good punching, are all on the table. No matter how an individual operative might feel, the Orpheus party line is clear. The ends justify the means. Like many tabletop RPGs, the Orpheus Protocol has a robust system of rules for combat. It seems unlikely that most tabletop RPG groups need advice on how to get combat into their games because violence is what ultimately underpins all power, and where all conflict is destined to go when more palatable measures fail. But the director section is nonetheless fully stocked with advice on how to best utilize combat in your games. Yeah, I don't know how about. I mean, I guess they're not wrong. I just hate it. That because violence is what ultimately underpins all powers. Like, not entirely wrong. I guess, in the setting of this game, particularly, right? But like, oof, that one kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. So, what's the intended tone of the game? Again, like we just saw, we'd been looking last week at Triangle Agency. And we didn't finish, by the way. It's a little sidebar for those of you who are still curious about the rest of Triangle Agency. Triangle Agency specifically directed us to stop reading at a certain point, go play the first adventure, and then come back. Or go play an adventure, go play a mission, and then come back and keep reading as a player. And because of the fact that I will very shortly be playing, I think it's later this week, in a Triangle Agency session, I decided, all right, you know what? Let's do what the book says. So we stopped at that point. I'm going to have my session later this week, and then probably on Friday, we will probably get back to Triangle Agency with a little bit more knowledge. I hope, right? We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, this is very similar in theme, but Triangle Agency takes more of a comedic corporate parody, corporate satire kind of vibe to the classic SCP thing. This one seems to have a much more sort of darker, more serious tone to it. So let's see. The intended tone, we're off to races. Tension and dread, with occasional jolts of pure terror or horror, is the tone for which the Orpheus Protocol was designed. Anything on the continuum from crime thriller to cosmic horror is likely to mesh well with the mechanics of the game. This section recommends some best practices for players to keep in mind in order to help the director and their fellow players to achieve and enjoy that tone. All right, so buying in. Yeah, so this is good. I actually like this little bit, the fact that they're actually addressing this, because games like this, when you want to get like, oh, there's going to be a dark and a horror experience, really only work if your players are buying in, if they're here for that, right? So let's see how they address that here. Buying in. Horror in tabletop RPGs is an awful lot like hypnosis. It's virtually impossible to succeed without the consent of all involved. 100% agreed. Ideally, your group is playing at a level of horror and tension that you all agree to and actively want to explore. A tabletop role-playing game won't scare you unless you want it to. For my part, many of my best gaming experiences came when everyone sat around the table wanting to be scared and to sweat at impossible choices that need to be made now, not later. Everyone's responsible for everyone. The Orpheus Protocol is not played to win. That's just this is more like stuff. Good advice for tabletop RPGs. Your collaborator, not your enemy. Horrible fuck-brain game master advice has polluted the tabletop RPG hobby for decades. Best to try and unlearn that stuff. Everyone's fun is everyone's responsibility, and the play of a tabletop RPG is collaborative and cooperative, not antagonistic. Thank you. Again, we're gonna skip a lot of this stuff because it's good advice. But like also it's advice I already agree with, right? It's just like, hey, are you new to tabletop RPGs? Here's some stuff you should know. Let's see, avoid the bog down. Directors not being the enemy. Implore for the players to try their best to avoid bogging down the minutiae of overly detailed planning, blah blah, action, etc. etc. Agency versus emotion. All right. You know what? Let's see what they have to say here. How long is this one? Okay, so let's read this last bit. I'm curious what they have to say here. Agency versus emotion. Human beings do not control their immediate emotional responses to anything. What humans do control are their reactions to their own emotions and subsequent behavior, rather than the initial emotions themselves. As such, the director may sometimes judge that describing a player character's immediate, knee-jerk emotional reaction to something, particularly something horrific or intense, may be best for the story, modeling the experience on being shocked by one's own initial response. The director telling the player how their character immediately processes the terrifying situation encourages the player to really explore the emotional impact of the moment and discourages minimizing a character's reaction, whether to appear more powerful or as an unconscious way of cutting the unpleasant tension of a scene. This style of running the game may rub some the wrong way, and by all means scrap it if it would cause the game to not be fun for your group. However, I highly recommend you give it a try. It's no more a violation of agency than the twist of disgust in your stomach you feel when you see something violent and awful in real life. Agency is all about what you do about it. I like this. If this idea is uncomfortable to you, you're in luck. The next session covers safety and how to handle the presence of uncomfortable concepts and subjects in the game. It is objectively the most important part of the book, because no amount of getting the rules wrong can cause nearly as much damage as can be done not taking safety seriously. 100% agreed. So it's interesting. I think this deserves a little bit of first of all, I think it gets one of these from me, just on general principle. There we go. But specifically, like this is a conversation that's worth having, right? Especially for horror games. There we go. Just making sure I'm actually on camera here. Especially for horror games like this one, because I've run into that. I've run into that. Sometimes players, for a variety of reasons, right? Sometimes some players are just not comfortable playing out horrified reactions, stuff like that, right? It's just not there. Showing those emotions on the table as a player, not entirely the other thing, which I get that. Some players, on the other hand, are trying to like power game or metagame, or like, yeah, well, my character isn't bothered by the giant slavering, many tentacled monstrosity in front of him. And it's like, but they would be though. But they would be. You're kind of power gaming. You're kind of metagaming a little bit here. And so some games will solve that by giving you a specific like, well, your character is, has a terrified condition now, which, and then people go like, sure, fine. They just treat it as a mechanical thing and they're done. This approach, though, again, like, I think it has to be discussed, and we'll see what they say in the safety section now, right? But you have talk to your players as always, like 100%. Talk to your players. Always talk to your players. 99.999% of problems can be resolved by talking to one another. I know, just absolute, just galaxy brain stuff here. But talk to them and let them know, because this I think works well. Like their approach, where they're saying like your character may have reactions, may feel certain ways about things in ways that are effectively out of your control, just like you as a person in the real world, when confronted with certain horrific scenes and moments, will instinctively feel a certain level of horror, fear, revulsion, anger, tension, nervousness, etc., etc. Like these emotions come up in you whether you want them to or not. And a lot of a lot of people will tell you like, yeah, you feel the fear and then you do it anyway, right? So I like this idea of like the director basically telling you like, these are the emotions, this is how your character, those instinctive, that first blush reaction feels for them. But that's it, right? That's it. And then you as a player get to work with that. You as a player get to go like, how do you react? Like some players may go like, oh wow, yeah, okay, yeah, my character is terrified on this. I think he would basically throw up his arms and run away screaming. While other characters may go like, okay, yeah, my character is terrified of this, but also he's an Orpheus agent, Orpheus Protocol agent, and he's got a job to do. So even through shaking hands, he takes the safety off his gun and takes the shot. Something like that, right? Like you still get to react and act. The final player agency, right? The final player control over what their character does always remains with the player. but I don't think it's a, again, correct me if I'm wrong, please chat, let me know if you do or don't agree. But to me personally, I don't think that the director or the game master, DM, whatever, telling you that your character has this reaction, this instinctive, visceral reaction to something, is taking your character's agency away. It would be taking the character, your players, rather the player's agency away. It would be if I said like, and like your character feels this way, and thus they run away or they cower in fear or or they lash out. No, the decision to do those things separate from like, right, if there's a specific in-game effect, a power was used on you that causes magical fear, causes you to flee, whatever, that's different. But just from the description, like I just described this horrific thing, I described how your character, their instinctive reaction is, how they're feeling about this. That's, because that's technically not within your control 100%. Like this is a character that exists in this world. What is within your control is then, okay, how does your character then react to these emotions, to these feelings, to these instinctive ways of perceiving, right, the horrors that they are seeing. So yeah, I really like what they're doing here. All right, let's go. And then we've got a couple of pages on safety, which is good. In fact, several, like more pages on safety than a lot of other games do. So approaches safety, meager definition of safety, feeling bad feels bad, and pain hurts. Some safety tools, X-card, traffic lights, lines and veils. Culture of safety, check-ins, group check-ins, individual states. So yeah, I like this. Okay, I'm not going to read through it because I think all of us here on the stream are pretty familiar with tabletop RPG safety tools. And if you're not, please let me know on chat, and we'll do something about that. But I do like it. It's a proper, like, especially early on before we actually get into the actual horror or anything else. Some good guidance here. Good. I love to see it. Let's see. Catching up on chat again. In a horror game, emotions can be in GM control. In a high fantasy horror game, maybe not. It's all about setting. Yes. Agreed, Phoenix. Completely agreed. This is all of that is specifically talking about this type of game, a horror game specifically, or games where it is supposed to evoke specific emotions and feelings. I think in games like that, yeah, it's understandable. It's almost a staple of horror, right? I think if you have a problem with that, to a point, you don't quite understand what horror is in a storytelling or game setting, where part of it is that your character doesn't have control over what's happening. They are confronted with things outside of their control. They have to fight through fear, through panic, through being put into these situations where they are not fully in control of themselves, their emotions, etc. And in that kind of setting, yeah, it makes perfect sense that it's like, hey, your character feels a specific way, like what's happening evokes these emotions in your character. Again, how your character deals with those still always remains with the player agency. But yeah, also that kind of approach might not be that great for a classic sort of like fantasy game, or like I said, I can't see using that approach for something like Triangle Agency, which is more of a sort of parody of the genre itself. Like I could see like describing horrific things, but not necessarily saying, and your character feels, is disgusted in this way or feels this way. It's like, I might make reminders, like if the players go like, okay, and just ignore it, then I might remind them, like, just so what you're seeing here is definitely very strange, etc. But it's going to be a lighter touch than it would be for a horror game. And I think it all goes back to this part, to buying in, right? Like making sure that your players are bought into the setting, into the game, to the experience that you're all here to have and share. All right, so again, I like this. Before we even, yes, we got into the setting a little. We talked a little bit about tone, but like we're not seeing characters, we're not seeing powers, we're not seeing anything yet. Right away, here's the core rules, and let's see how long this goes for. That's it. So the core rules for this game, including some notes, including tie checks, hybrid checks, collaborative checks, managing strain and stuff, a couple more tables. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 pages. That's it. Covers the core rules and the main dice mechanic. Cool. Love to see it. Let's see what that main dice mechanic is for this game. So the main dice mechanic, when you take an action or otherwise put forth an effort, where you may either succeed or fail, you may be required to make an attribute check or a skill check to determine the outcome. When you make an attribute check, you begin with a score of 0 and you roll 3d6. The resulting die faces affect your score as follows. D6 roll, 1 to 2 is a -1 to your score, 3 to 4 is a +0, 5 to 6 is a +1 to your score. The attribute most relevant to the check, Director's Discretion, where debatable, is added to your score, and other bonuses and penalties may be applied as well. Many of these bonuses depend on your rank in a relevant skill, and this marks the difference between a skill check and an attribute check. An attribute check is a check made without the benefit of a skill, while a skill check is effectively an attribute check which can be affected by a particular skill. For example, one's reaction time when a combat begins is a simple initiative check unmodified by any skill, while sneaking past a sentry might be a check with dexterity modified by the stealth skill. The outcome of the check depends on how well your score stacks up to the difficulty value or the score of an opposing check as described on the next page. All right, so pretty simple. That seems to be like just the basic mechanic. You basically, no matter what, let's just get 3 dice here. Luckily, I have a whole bunch of these 6s handy. This is it. This is what you're rolling all the time. So it's just, so that would be a 1 or 2 -1, 3 and 4 is 0, and 5 to 6. So we got all 3 results, a +1. So that's a grand total of 0 on that roll. Again, same. It's literally same roll. Ooh, that's a terrible roll. That's a -3. All right. Well, clearly I'm not doing well in this game. Okay, that's a +1. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. It's not a complicated one. You're just looking for specific numbers. So that's a -1 total. That's a 0. That's a 0. That's a 0. So it looks like you're gonna get... Yeah, you're gonna get zeros a lot. -2s. I'm not rolling well in this system. 0. So 0 seems to be the primary thing. You know what? You know what's not a 0, though? You know what's not a 0? The ads that are coming up. I saw the thing. You know what? Our sponsors, even though I've not vetted any of these, and it's just Twitch putting them up there. I claim nothing. These sponsors might be terrible, but they might not be. Either way, please look at them with your eyes to make our overlords happy, because our overlords are apparently watching. So with that in mind, folks, thanks. Just bear with us. We will, in fact, be right back after these messages. Oh, hi, we're back. Sorry about that. I got distracted. I saw a mini that still had some supports on it, and I needed to do something about that. So I did. Also, I just realized ground control once again stopped responding. Why do I use that program? I shouldn't bother with ground control, honestly. Like it's such a piece of crap software. It keeps freezing on you without telling you anything. Anyway, folks, we're not here to complain about that. We're here to complain about so many other things. Like, for example, here we go. This game and my poor rolls. Jesus Christ, I'm terrible at this game. That's a -2. One last roll. There we go. No, that's a 0. That's a 0. Can I get a No, not -3. Can I get a single positive roll, please? Game, for the love of. All right, I guess that's a +1 technically. Just a +1, no, +2 even. +1. I'm gonna keep going until I get. No, I'm not gonna keep going until I get a +3. We'll be here all day. All right, cool. So that's the basic system. You roll that. You suck at it, as I do, and then you add that to your either to your attribute, or I guess it might be modified by your rank in a certain skill. So let's see. Skill check notation. From here on, skill checks are notated in the format of skill name, attribute. Okay, so that's pretty standard with a lot of little tabletop RPGs. You'll get like acrobatics, parenthesis, dexterity, comeback, that sort of thing. So very, very common way of setting it up. Nothing crazy. D3's an explosion. Sometimes a rule will call for you to add or subtract. I mean, technically, yeah, D3s are what we're rolling here because we really only care about 3 results. So we'll call for you to add or subtract a D3 to a check, to the damage dealt by an attack, or to something else. Simply roll a simulated D3 as described in a note on dice. And add or subtract the result as appropriate. If a rule states that your D3s explode, this means that for each exploding D3 which rolls a 3, you may roll another D3 and add its result to your total as well. However, D3s generated by explosions in this way do not themselves explode. Okay, I get it now. Let's just read a note on dice. The Orpheus Protocol can be played with a variety of different suit or random number generators. Destination D6. Refers to a standard 6-sided gaming die, but it doesn't really matter what dice or other generations you use, so long as your choice is capable of producing a set of outcomes which can be mapped to +1, +0, -1, such that each has the same probability of occurring. In addition to the use of the D6s as described above, the Orpheus Protocol also requires the occasional roll of 1 or more D3s, since there are no standard 3-sided gaming dice, because that's not a shape that really works well in the real world. A D3 can be simulated by rolling a D6, dividing the result by 2, and rounding up. Pretty classic. But also, that means technically, given that, for a basic roll, what you can do, I guess I would have to, well, bear with me. Oh, there we go. That's, we are professionals here. What you can use for this game are these guys. Fate dice. Do we have any more fate dice? Can we get at least 2 more? It's not a 2 or more. Let's see here. Can I get another? It's another fate die. And so, I mean, yeah, you could get away with this. There we go. And 3 fate dice. So in this game, each fate dice, right, has 2 plus sides, 2 minus sides, and 2 blank sides. So this is a pretty good example of how, I guess this might be, doing this and looking at these results reminds me of why I'm not good at fate, because I did this is how the rolls treat me. But also makes it a lot more obvious. So that's 2 minuses, a -2. There we go. +2, 0, +2. Oh, well, -1. But there we go. -1. They cancel out. So, like, this is, if you got, oh, hey, finally, okay, thank you. It's been a good stream. I think this is where we're ending it now, because it's not going to get better than that for me. Put this dice bag on the side here, and I move these over here so I can still see chat. There we go. Anyway, like I said, they don't mention fate dice, but, hey, if you got fate dice at home, so looks like they would be a pretty good match for what this game wants. Yeah, I'm so bad at these. Okay, I'm gonna stop rolling now. for what this game wants you to do. So keep that in mind. That's a little free tip from Dan to you. All right, opposed checks. In many cases, your efforts are directly opposed by another entity. Whether you're trying to land a punch, sneak by a guard, or do pretty much anything else that an adversary would rather you didn't. In these cases, an opposed check is usually required. To make an opposed check, simply make an attribute or skill check as above. The entity opposing you either makes its own attribute or skill check or chooses a passive attribute, which becomes the opposing score for the check. Compare your score to the opposing score. If your score is greater, okay, so pretty straightforward. Compare your numbers, whichever one's higher. So there are degrees of success and degrees of failure. You obtain a number of degrees of success equal to the difference between your score and the opposing score. Interesting, and same thing with degrees of failure here. The entity opposing you may have its own designs, and in some cases your failure may count as their success. In such an event, your adversary succeeds with a number of degrees of success equals to the difference between its score and yours. Similar vein, players regularly find themselves providing the opposing score as adversaries attempt to attack, manipulate, surprise, or otherwise actively inconvenience them. Unopposed checks and difficulty values. When a task or course of action requires effort, but is not directly opposed by another entity, an unopposed check may be used instead of an opposed check. In such a case, the director selects an appropriate difficulty value from the table on the next page to reflect the difficulty of the task. Also, let's check. When's the first time we gotta switch out? For those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, they unfortunately, when this book was printed, it had a few errors, a few errata that needed to be put out, but it was already printed by then. So their solution was to provide the backers with literally a sticker sheet that was included with each book that you can, I haven't done it yet, but you can cut out the stickers and stick them on the pages, replacing the parts that needed to be corrected. Looks like thankfully almost all of them were specific little blocks like this. So I like this, but look, okay, so we don't really have to worry about this till we get to the 60s in pages. So, okay, cool. Everything else still good. Let's see here. So what's this table? Hey, difficulty values. Okay, quick guidance. I'm always a fan. Look, any game that has a range of difficulties, really most games, right? Most games are going to give you either a range of difficulties, or if it's a set difficulty, if you're always trying to beat a specific number that doesn't vary from roll to roll, then there's something else that the GM has so they can increase or decrease the difficulty of a specific roll. Usually like granting advantages or disadvantages, granting assets, or granting some kind of negatives, right? So in this case, it's primarily... Okay, so actually, before I even get to this, personal opinion here. I think games, generally speaking, should try not to have too many of these options at once, because from a GM standpoint, from a game runner standpoint, sure, after a while it becomes second nature to you to know what a difficulty check is. I, for one, in D&D, for example, I'm going to be honest, and if any of my potential players are watching now, I tend to operate in those games on a vibes-based system, really. Like, roll me a d20. And based on your result, I'll give you something. Sometimes there's just, the game has specific DCs for stuff. But when a specific DC hasn't been provided, then I usually will take the attribute, the D20 roll, as a sort of just like indicator of success, of how your character does, because I probably in my head don't have a specific number in mind. I just have a general idea of how hard it is, and then if I know your character rolled high, well, I know they probably did well and got this stuff. Their character rolled low, then probably didn't get this, whatever, X, Y, or Z. But a lot of the times, especially again if it's not already been pre-planned, I don't have a specific DC in mind. And then, Dungeons and Dragons gives you, there's other ways you can adjust besides just adjusting DC, right? But if you've got a system where there is a difficulty, a DC, or in this case a DV, and on top of that, there's 28 other ways to adjust a roll, while those systems can, again, with time and practice, become second nature, the first my first exposure to that sort of thing is going to kind of like, oh boy, that's like I as a GM, you want to be able to respond quickly to player queries, right? If a player tells me they're trying to do something, no, Phoenix, it's not. It's not. I was thinking, it's like, Phoenix is gonna think I'm talking about. No, 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 no. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I am helping Phoenix out with a game that they are working on as well. But no, but a similar thing like this came up while we were discussing that. So no, this is not specifically a dig at you. No, 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 no. I'm just saying, like, again, my experience with certain games, does come up because we did have this conversation recently, and I'm seeing this now. So we'll see how this game handles it. But if a game has you set a difficulty value and then also has multiple other ways to affect the roll, then as a GM, it might take me a while. It might slow me down, right? The player wants to do X, and I want to be able to, as a game master, as quickly as possible, be able to tell them, okay, cool, roll it, and just have them roll and go and be able to tell them, okay, success or failure, as quickly as possible. And if I have to sit down and go like, okay, cool, so this is difficulty level based on what you're trying to do in this, and that should be enough. That right there, I already just went and went like, okay, well, you're in a dark room, it's at night, it's raining, and you are under pressure, somebody's chasing you. This is going to be a difficult roll. You're going to need to roll, like, if it's a D20 system, you're going to need to roll, be DC 18 or something like that, right? Because I already took all those things into account. Other systems might go like, well, your base, rolls only succeed like a D20 or D6. Let's say a D6, and you only succeed on a 4 or higher on a D6. And if the difficulty is set, then there might be a separate thing. You all. Thank you. Hey, Afraid is welcome in. Welcome in. And let me see. The curse. Why does the curse not go away? It just stays up forever and ever. But there we go. Hey, friend, welcome in. But yeah, if there's a fixed difficulty, then there's other things like, okay, well, it's dark, it's raining, so it's dark applies a -1 penalty, and it's raining, another penalty, and you're being chased, another penalty, or whatever, right? But the difficulty stays the same. But if in the system I have to handle both, it's like, all right, I have to decide on difficulty, and then on top of that, apply a whole bunch of other modifiers. Like, no, all the modifiers that I need to apply could be just rolled into that initial difficulty level calculation. Is the way I think. Like, at this point, you're just basically giving me two systems to play with, right? You're giving me a system to calculate a difficulty value or a difficulty, a challenge rating, and on top of that, applying a whole bunch of other potential like modifiers to it that are separate from that. And it feels like I'm having to grapple with two separate systems for that, which feels like a slowdown, right? And not to say like never do that. Most games actually do that in some way or another, right? They'll have some kind of base difficulty or modifiable, like a number, a base number that you're rolling against, which might be modified, and separate from that have extra and external modifiers and stuff. It's just, again, the more of that stuff there are, the more it's going to introduce a level of friction into the game, I think. Some games can be fine with that, right? Again, what I'm saying is not a criticism in the sense of like, and this is always bad, but it is something that you have to think about with your game, right? The fact that if you do make determining the difficulty of an action and its modifiers, if you make that too complicated, it is going to slow down the game. And what most GMs are going to end up doing is they're going to end up ignoring that a lot. Again, just like I said for D&D, a lot of the times I'm not going to sit down and do a calculation on exactly what the difficulty level is on a specific roll. I'm going to go based on vibes, because I need to keep the story rolling. I don't want to just like, all right, everybody stop while I look up some modifiers, right? But personal preference on my end, but you get the idea. You get the idea. That all said, maybe this game does a completely different thing. Let's see how it handles it. So difficulty level. So we've got some base difficulties, starting at 1 and going 16 or higher. So at 1, simple tasks, which a human with no special training can succeed with effort. Difficult tasks are 4 to 6. That would most likely require special training or significant luck. 7 to 9, tasks that even a trained person would find very difficult. 10 to 12, Herculean tasks even a trained person cannot handle without stupendous luck. 13 to 15, tasks essentially impossible without both training and supernatural ability. And 16 plus, virtual impossibilities. Directors are encouraged not to require checks of this difficulty on matters that impact the game's progression or enjoyment. A good guidance there. So in unopposed checks, your score is compared to the DV of the task. If your score is equal to or greater than the DV, you see and obtain a number of degrees of success equal to the difference between blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, the thing here, right, is that on a basic roll, the bell curve of results is mostly, I have to do an example here with dice, right? And you know what? I'm going to get a whole bunch of d6s here. So basically, it's going to look a little, your distribution is going to look a little bit like this. You know what? Here we go. All good results. So 6, I'm going to put this here. And so these are our two ends. These are our two ends. A full on every result. You know what? Let's just go here. Every result is bad. -3. Or everything good, +3. These are your two, at the far ends of this. And then you're going to have something like this. And this is going to be like a... these are going to be your -2s, or +2s. A little bit more common. Then you'll get something like this. And these are your -1s or +1s. A lot more common. And then finally, you're going to have up and top, the bulk of them, it's mostly going to be 0s. So on any given roll, the bulk of your rolls are going to be up here. They're going to be either a 0 or a simple +1 or a simple -1 or a simple +1. The +2s or -2s and the +3s and -3s are rare. So with that in mind, with the fact that the way this dice system is set up, you're almost always going to be rolling very, very, very close to what your base stat is without adding, like, again, we're not taking into account skills here, but stuff that's only like your stat. And we don't yet have an idea of what stats look like, right? It's like, what is the range of, say, strength or dexterity or stuff yet, right? But point is, I'm guessing probably stats max out around here. I'm guessing around 6, maybe 10. But for the most part, your core stats are going to really define what your character is capable of. The dice are going to have a substantially lower effect on your results, I feel like, because there really isn't that big. Hey, Tori, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. And we are checking out the Orpheus Protocol today. This is basically an indie tabletop RPG. It was kickstarted a few years ago, and we are just now taking a look at their system. Their system, by the way, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. It really is just you're rolling 3d6, and you roll that. That's a very good roll. That's a +2. So basically, any results of 5 or 6 are a +1. Any results of 3 or 4 are 0, and any results of a 1 or 2 would be a -1. So you roll 3 dice, and this would be 2 results of 5 or 6 is a +2. Different roll here. Here we go. So these would cancel each other. +1, -1, cancel each other out. 3 is a 0, so that's a 0. +1, 0, 0. So +1 total. Ooh, that's minus. This is nothing, and then -2. You get the idea. It's also very similar if you're familiar at all with Fate dice. Fate dice emulate the same effect very closely. And also, I appear to have rolled slightly better with Fate dice than I do with regular dice. But that's the core system. You have a stat. You roll 3d6. And you add or remove those results from your stat. That is the core thing that we're seeing. The thing is, again, based on that distribution, and I guess this is again similar to Fate, right? Where you're just always going to stay very, very close to the core stat. It's very rare that you're going to go all the way 3 higher or 3 lower. But even 3 higher and 3 lower, not only is that very rare, but it's not enough. Here's the thing. Here's my concern here, and we'll see again. We haven't looked at the stats yet, but the fact that there is such a wide range of difficulty is going to mean that certain characters, if your stats are high enough, are basically never going to fail at certain difficulties, which might be fine. So I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is going to impact a little bit the gameplay itself, right? You need to know what your players are capable of. But also, it's going to make it so that, say, if you have a base score of, say, 6 in a stat, the most you're ever going to get is 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's the most you're ever, like, you're always going to be, like, if your stat is here within this range, you're always effectively, I mean, again, not taking into account skills. We'll see how skills do. And there's probably other things. Powers might change that, other auto modifiers or everything. But just base level looks like your stats really pretty much determine, like, the range within which your results are going to fall very, very strongly. And just based on the system itself, like, throwing a number off directly out of my ass here, but it feels like around 90% of not 90, maybe 80 or something like that. But the bulk of your rolls are just going to end up being your stat as its result. At which point it makes me wonder. It's like, again, I'm going on a tangent. We are literally like a few pages into the book, right? But it does make me wonder then, what is the point of asking for certain roles if they are either A, impossible, or B, just so likely to succeed that it almost feels like, why bother rolling, right? I mean, I guess, because you might fail, right? But even then, like, holy shit, that's a good roll. That's a +3. Yeah. I said, if a stat, like, if for whatever reason, I don't think it's possible to have a stat at 12. But if I have a stat at 12, then really, why make me roll on any difficulty that's like 9 or lower, right? Unless other stuff is happening there. I don't know. We'll see how the system treats us once we get to that part, I suppose. But these are all the thoughts that come to mind when I first look at this system and what it's showing us here. Again, none of this is a value judgment. This might all be great in practice. Please do not take any criticism here as a statement of this game bad. We barely just touched it. On the contrary, I'm just trying to work out the logic behind what this system is trying to do and what you can do with this. But those are my initial thoughts on the difficulties here. Let's see. So resolving tie checks. When an opponent checks, it's possible to obtain a tie. If you're the only player involved in the check, you fail. In the case of ties are failures by default. Unless you choose to spend a strain of an appropriate type, mental, physical, or spiritual strain. Strain is defined later on. If you do spend a strain to break the tie, you succeed, but with 0 degrees of success. If 2 players end up in a tie, each should roll a single d6. No matter the stat, a catastrophic dice roll shouldn't be a fail. Well, here's the thing. Based on what I'm seeing here, a catastrophic getting, you know, 3 minuses, getting, you know, 3 ones or 3 ones or 2s, like, so really this would be like this would be a catastrophic roll, just like this and this, right? Because that's a -3 to your roll. But if you have a stat, and again, we haven't looked at the stats. For all I know, the stats cap out at 6, right? I haven't looked at them yet. But if you have a stat of like 9, even a catastrophic like -3 roll like this is only going to take you down to a 6. So at that point, if you have a 9 in a stat, any roll with a difficulty value of 6 or less, there's basically no point in rolling, because this is not a crit fail. I haven't seen any mechanics for like a crit fail like some other games do, where it's like no matter how good your thing is. The reason to roll with a lot of those games, not just because this is a criticism that can be lobbied onto a lot of games, right? That's like, oh, if your stats and your skills are high enough, then it's almost impossible for you to fail a specific roll, right? And some games even just go like, oh, like D&D, I think lets you like take a 10, basically. Go like, hey, if a difficulty on a roll is like 10 or less, you have like, you can just take a 10 on that roll if you meet certain like requirements. I think other games kind of do the same thing, where you're like, you get to just take the average rather than rolling it, right? Because if you roll, you know, the reason to take the average on those games is because rolling in those games always carries some inherent level of risk. If you roll a 1, or if you roll a 3 ones or whatever, there's a chance to quote unquote botch a roll or critical fail or something like that. I'm not seeing that here, which leads me to feel like again, like there's going to be certain rolls where there is no point in actually making that a roll, and that might be fine. That might be fine. The game in fact might give you that reasoning that like, hey, yeah, after a certain point, like, you know, if a character's attempted action or if a character's skill in a certain thing is good enough, then really anything below this DV for that type of action, this character shouldn't even have to roll for it. It should just happen, right? That might just be what working as intended, right? But it's something to keep in mind. So let's see, hybrid checks. What the heck is a hybrid check? Sometimes situations arise in which it seems like 2 different skills or attributes are demanded by the task. For example, understanding which plants might be relevant to a given cult's divination rituals seems like it might require both skill in occult knowledge. Sorry, I need to check something here. There we go. Both skill in occult knowledge and the skill in botany. A character with one might not succeed because they lack the other. In such a situation, it is recommended that directors use a hybrid check to replace what might otherwise be a series of different skills or attribute checks. To make a hybrid check, simply make a check as normal using the lowest valued attribute and lowest ranked skill among those relevant to the task. The lowest value. Okay, so basically when it's a hybrid check, example above, a character with rank. Okay, so it looks like we're looking at ranks in our skills. We'll get to that eventually, I guess. Rank B in occult knowledge and rank D in botany would likely roll a focus check with the botany skill. They might know enough about the occult to realize that divination rituals are aided by hallucinogens, but simply not know enough about plants to identify the hallucinogen on sight. The check is limited by the weaker of their 2 areas of knowledge. In other cases, a player may have to use the lower of 2 relevant attributes when a hybrid check requires 2 skills that build on 2 different attributes. All right, so it's an interesting kind of way to approach the mechanic. It's not that different from what I've seen in other games, where it's like if 2 skills apply. I mean, a lot of games will go like, if you have 2 skills that apply the same thing, roll the better one, right? But in this game, the guidance is like, no, if you are rolling, and honestly, I agree with this logic. As a player, as a potential player, I chafe against it, right? Because I don't like being told like, hey, use your weakest one by default. But it does make sense logically, right? This explanation like fits what they want. But it's definitely something. So it's like if a different set, or if multiple skills apply, and you have those skills. But no, this is even like, it's not that multiple skills apply. The way it's pointing it out here is that both skills are necessary. Somebody who doesn't have both occult knowledge and botany wouldn't even be able to make the roll based on this. So it's more like rolls with requirements almost. Like, okay, you're gonna... I mean, I'm probably overcomplicating this in my head. I think I'm overcomplicating this in my head. It just simply is like use your weak when more than one skill applies, use your weakest one. You know what? Let's go through it. Let's see how it applies, how it treats us once we get there. Collaborative checks. Players that wish to aid one another in a check, or they may be a situation where their success or failure depends on how well they perform as a team. Whether it's justified by the fiction, these cases should be resolved with collaborative checks. One player is designated as the lead player, while the others are assisting players for the check. All the players participating in the collaboration make the same check, and the assisting player's scores are compared to the lead player's score. At the director's discretion, sometimes a different skill can be used to assist the lead player's check. In either case, each assistant is assigned a modifier as described in the next column. Okay, so the lead player... I guess each assistant... Those assistants' modifiers have been determined. Add them all to the lead player's score. Modified scores used to determine the outcome of the check. A single check can never be given more than a total of +3 or -3 to collaboration. Collaboration bonuses and/or penalties count as tactics for modifier type, whatever those are. We'll get to those eventually. But wait. Let's reread this because I think. All of the players participating in the collaboration make the same check, and the assisting players' scores are compared to the lead player's score. So if I want to shoot a vulnerable spot on a strange creature, I need both firearms and xenobiology. Is that a hybrid check? I don't know skill names. Yeah, no, it's the idea. Yeah, I get that. And that's what it sounds like. I mean, yeah, if it was just like I want to shoot it in the knee and there's an obvious knee, then that's probably going to be some firearms and that's it. It's not going to require because it's an obvious knee. But if you're specifically going like, oh, I want to hit this monster's weak point, then yeah, you would need both things. You would need xenobiology to know what the weak point is and firearms to be able to hit it. And then basically you compare the two skills and you're rolling whichever one is weakest. So if you have higher firearms and xenobiology, then you are rolling xenobiology. If you have higher xenobiology than firearms, then you are rolling firearms. That appears to be the logic behind it, yes. Okay, collaborative. So you're comparing the result to the lead. So basically, let's say the lead player has a score, let's just make it easy, has a score of 6 in this stat. They roll and they got 0 successes based on this roll, so their score is 6. Then the assisting player, one of the assisting players joins in and says, okay, I'm going to roll. My score on this is 4 to start with, and I roll and I got -2, -1, +1, 0, so I got a 4. That is lead player's result -2, right? Because I'm comparing to the lead player's result. So it's -2 from the lead player's result. So that means that adds a +1 modifier. And the next player goes like, okay, I have a score of 4 as well on that, and I'm also assisting. And they roll, and holy shit, that's a bad roll. So that's a -3 that they get. So their total score is 1. And so 1 minus 6 is definitely -4. So they add a -1, canceling that out. So as of right now, our collaborative check remains a 6. If a third player assists, just for ease of use, they're also going to have a base score of 4. And this cancels out. Just to force it, let's say they get a result of 666. So that is a +3, 4 + 3, 7. Our original lead scores was 6. So that is actually lead player result +0 or more. So if you match or beat, and in this case we did beat, that's a +3. So those other two cancel each other out. But the last one really got a great roll, added a +3, making our final result on that collaborative check a 9. All right. Easy enough, not too crazy. Yeah, not too crazy. All right, Strain. Strain is one of the 2 core resources that players must manage in the Orpheus Protocol. It can be used to improve check scores, break check ties, avoid damage that you'd otherwise take, and occasionally to do some other cool stuff as well. Strain is a limited resource and it comes in 3 separate pools: mental, physical, and spiritual. In general, each type of strain is associated with a particular sort of action or task. For example, you would use physical strain to improve your check when attacking with a sword, diving for cover, or racing over broken terrain. Mental strain might be used to heighten your awareness, boost your ranged attacks, or improve your chances of hacking your way past a firewall. Spiritual strain is handy for rallying your allies' morale, bluffing your way past a guard, or facing down an ancient and incomprehensible horror. In general, checks made with either dexterity or vitality are associated with physical strain, checks made with either perception or focus are associated with mental strain, and checks made with either charisma or willpower are associated with spiritual strain. Similarly, health is associated with physical strain, clarity with mental strain, and stress with spiritual strain. The size of each of your 3 strain pools is determined by the values of your core attributes as described below. So there's some basic math. 1 times perception plus 3 times focus, 1 times therapy plus 3 times vitality, 1 times charisma plus 3 times willpower. So let's see, the 3 basic uses of strain are: you can spend 1 strain to add +1 to a check made with the associated attribute. Okay, here we go. So now we're talking. Because at this point, like before, like if I had a skill of 6, right, that means I could never, just based on your basic dice roll alone, there's no way I would ever be able to do a task that is difficulty 10 or higher if I have a base score of 6. But this, now with strain, now we have a way to do that. Now we might roll, that's almost, we got a +2. So let's say we're trying to do a difficulty 10 thing. We have a score of 6, we rolled a +2, so that's 8. We're still 2 short. Strain. So we would be able to spend 1 strain to add +1 to a check made with an associated attribute. The maximum number of strain that can be spent this way on a single check is determined by the skill that is used with the check. No skill is used, only a single strain can be spent this way. So if there was no skill here, which there wasn't, you could still spend 1 strain and bring that 8 up to a 9. Still not enough to succeed. That's fine. Put a pin in that. Let's see if there's anything else we can do later that might let us push all the way to 10. Spend 1 strain of an associated type to break a tie on a skill or attribute check. Yeah, we just said, like, you know, by default you lose ties, but if you have strain to spend, you can win that tie. And then spend 1 strain to prevent damage of an associated type. The amount of damage prevented is equal to 1 plus either your toughness for health, your acuity for clarity, or your force of will for stress. There's no limit to the amount of strain you can spend this way beyond the amount of strain you have remaining in your pool, though some attacks may deal damage that cannot be prevented by spending strain. Strain is recovered by resting between sessions and through downtime, all of which are discussed later on. Overspending strain. When an effect would cause you to lose strain, archetype abilities that cause strain to use, enemy effects that cause you to lose strain, etc., and you do not have enough strain of the appropriate type, the overage is paid by taking wounds on the relevant type on a 1-for-1 basis. For example, if you use an archetype ability that costs 2 physical strain, but you only have 1 physical strain, you would spend the 1 physical strain and take 1 physical wound. Wounds caused in this way cannot be avoided by any means. All right, good to know. So far, without a skill or some other power, that sort of sample roll that we've been putting a pin on, there's no way to make that roll, because there's no further ways for me to modify this roll unless we have additional, like, powers or something like that. So it still feels like there's not a... I don't know. I guess we would have to test this. We would have to play around and test this a little. But my gut reaction feels like, as a player, there's not that much I can do to ensure that a roll succeeds, which might be fine, right? A lot of games just like, yeah, there really isn't that much. You just to go with what the dice tells you, and that's fine. Um, but I always look for like, okay, what can I do as a player? Like, because as I've said on previous streams, for anybody who's new and hanging out, I have this thing that I refer to called the David rule, because I have a friend called Dave who rolls very, very, very poorly in games, and so I always try to look at a game and think, if I was Dave, if I was Dave, what could I do here? I work off of the assumption that I am going to roll like shit. How can I still somehow make this fun? Somehow make my character fun to play and not piss off my fellow players by always continually failing my rolls and therefore being unable to do anything that helps, right? Because let's face it, rolling poorly is rude. Hot take here on the stream. Rolling poorly in a tabletop RPG with other players, rolling poorly consistently, is kind of rude in a weird sort of way, because your poor dice results are affecting the rest of the party. They are being hindered through no fault of their own, just because you roll bad. And that, as a player, can suck for both the player who is rolling bad and the other players at the table. It can even lead to resentment from the other players. And you want to avoid that, right, whenever possible. Also, you want the player who's rolling poorly, you still want them to have fun. So what does your game give this player to do? And it's a player that rolls poorly is still going to, for the most part, have more trouble during a game than a player that rolls well, right? You don't want to completely eliminate that, because otherwise, why are you rolling, right? You want there to be a chance of failure. It's more like addressing those who like are just constantly failing, right? In this game, there's a couple of things, but they really only come into play when you're already kind of close there. Like, you can't really push something just 4, 5, 6, 7 shifts forward. You have to be within that. I say disruptive is in fact more accurate. Like I said, I said rude, knowing that that's not the right word. It's more for the soundbite than anything else. But yeah, it can be disruptive, and again, not through any fault of the player, right? It's just, they have bad luck, but that bad luck is disrupted to it doesn't just affect that one player. So it really is, for me, from a game design standpoint, it is simply something to keep in mind, because you will sooner or later have a Dave at your table, right? Sooner or later, one or possibly more than one of players in your game are going to just have a bad night and roll poorly, or just have a bad life and roll poorly all the time. And how does, are you just gonna have to chalk it up? Is that player just not gonna have fun that session? And oh well, that's it. Sometimes you just roll like shit, and the game is less fun because of that. Or is your game one of those where, like, rolling poorly does not necessarily equate to nothing happens, shit doesn't get done, failures happen, and there's no progress? That's why I tend to err on the side of games that let you get away with some kind of success with consequence, or failure with, like a no but, or a yes and, or a yes but, or no and, that sort of thing. I tend to gravitate towards that, and systems that aren't just simply pass fail, because there is that, like, all right, well, even if you roll like shit, you're not just holding the plot up. Because games that are completely pass fail can lend themselves to just like, well, nobody made the roll, so I guess that door's just not opening, right? And you want to avoid that when possible. Hey, speaking of bad luck checks. All characters have a special attribute called luck, which is always 0, and which is used in situations where an element of the narrative needs to be clarified or an event needs to be resolved, and it is both the case that the director has no particular plan for that contingency and no other attribute or skill realistically seems like it would affect the outcome. For instance, a player may wonder whether a particular alley is wide enough for a particular car, or whether someone has left a key under their doormat, or whether they remember to bring a tool they might realistically have packed but also might not have. In this sort of situation, the director may call for the player to make a luck check. This check cannot be made as a collaborative check, and it cannot be improved by spending strain. There are no skills associated with the luck attribute, and there are no other modifiers which affect the resulting score, aside from the specific archetype abilities which are covered in their own section later. The outcome of the check should be determined by the score rolled and some quick thinking on the part of the director. Use the table below as a guideline for what sort of outcomes are appropriate for each score. Note, the director should only call for a luck check when all possible outcomes are of roughly equal narrative interest or satisfaction. Generally, the director should never call for a check that has a randomized chance of negatively impact the game and story experience. Good guidance. So basically, your luck is always 0 by default. And I just want to make you know what? It's just pure luck. Is there the particular cleaning agent that you need to resolve this particular issue in this basket of janitorial supplies? I don't know. Let's make a luck check and find out. Well, that's the worst possible. The result is an obscene catastrophe, worse than you could have imagined. Talk about David dice, and apparently you summoned them. So yeah, no, you as you're trying to figure it out, you mix some ammonia and Clorox and create nerve gas. Good. Or let's roll again. There we go. That's a +2, a very favorable result. Or if this would have been a fantastically lucky, things would work out as well as they possibly could. Like the entire basket is just nothing but that cleaning product that you need. All right. So again, just a little oracle. Little kind of oracle here, like that's a 0. So again, knowing that with this system, with the way things, unless you roll poorly like me and you keep getting -3s, but the way the usual dice like this is a 0. Like you're usually gonna roll some variation of a 0 on these dice. Hey, there's a +2. That's nice. So that means luck checks are almost always gonna be like, nah. Not much happens. When they go bad, they go real bad. Okay, so that's a system. Let's see. We have that main dice mechanic. Opposed checks are just basically both of you roll, and whoever has the highest score works. And opposed checks and difficulty values, you're just rolling against a particular difficulty. Tie checks, if you do a tie, basically defender loses, unless they're willing to spend strain to break the tie. Hybrid checks, if more than one skill applies and is necessary technically for the roll, then you always roll with whichever one of those 2 skills you have that is poorer, but you must have both skills. Collaborative checks, the whole team. The leader rolls, then everybody else rolls and compares their result to the leader, and based on how that compares to the leader result, that's how the leader result gets modified in the end. This is a little complicated. This part, it's not necessarily a fail on this. It's not. But it does feel a little more... I mean, collaboration checks are always a little complicated in most games anyway. I don't know. It feels a little too, like... It's less intuitive. I think it's just less intuitive than... I don't know what the other option would have been on these. Other than, like... a classic collaborative check would be like, everybody do the roll, and then we count who succeeded and who didn't. But the whole point, yeah, and then the more successes you get, no, that's not collaborative though. So that's like a group check. Collaborative check. So some games will simply go like, all right, for every collaborator, they just get a +1 if they have the skill, or +2 or whatever, and that's it. Like the fun part about this, or the funny part about this, is kind of like what we saw in that sample roll that I did, in which, like, one of the players got a horrible result and actually lowered the final result. which is kind of funny. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Like the concept that getting help can actually make things worse if the help is bad enough. Because they're so bad at the way they're trying to help that it actually makes it more difficult for you. I do like that. I do kind of like the that net effect. Like somebody just sucked so hard at this group project that it made the rest of us have to work harder, right? So it feels a little complicated, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad the more I think about it. Strain again, yeah, that's pretty clearly explained. And the uses for strain, overspending, luck checks are kind of weird, but I don't hate them. All right, now we're gonna dive into character creation. This is what everybody wants, right? We got the system, we get the general idea. I have my concerns, but until the rubber meets the road here, until we actually see what all of these look like in the game, what your stats actually are, that may in fact completely obviate some of the concerns or questions that I have about this. So let's find out. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Do you want to hop up here? Maybe? Okay, so we might be invaded by a cat soon. Well, let's see if she wants to invade. Hopefully she does. But yeah, let's see what we've got here. Kitty. There she goes. Okay, she's coming. Oh Lord, she coming. Oh Lord, she coming. Hey girl. I'm gonna move here. Come on. Is she on camera? No, just fail. Come on. There we go. Oh. There we go. Cat on camera. Cat on camera. I repeat, this is not a drill. Cat on camera. Cat butt in camera. Cat near booked. Hey, hi kitty. Would you like to create an Orpheus Protocol character with us? I think she does. I think she does want to create an Orpheus character with us. All right, let's make a character for my cat. Character creation. Motivations. Before delving into further nuances of rules and numbers, it's best to get an idea of your character. She's gonna sit on my minis, sweetheart. There we go. Let's get all these minis out of. No, but she's like, Dad, I wanted to sit on your minis. Why did you take them away? There we go. Now you're not sitting on my minis. Thank you, girl. Before delving into further nuances of rules and numbers, it's best to get an idea of your character on a conceptual level. To help with this, the first task in character creation is to define a bond, a principle, and a fear. Each character starts with one of these motivation types. We got bonds, principles, and fears. Then what we do with them, core values, motivation and fears, exploitation of motivations, principles and bonds, flaws, and then we get to it. Interesting. So basically, before you even get to your stats, which are over here, perception, focus, dexterity, vitality, charisma, and willpower, first thing they want you to do is figure out who your character is, not necessarily what can your character do. Interesting. I do like that approach. And that is an approach that we will delve further into over here after these messages, because it is once again time for ads. Second ad break of the day. Not the last one. There will be one more ad break after this, 1 hour from now. But until then, it's gonna be 3 minutes of ads. Stretch your legs, get some water. I certainly am. Pay attention to your cat, and then come back. Or if you have none of those things, you're already stretched. Your cat is happy, and you have nothing better to do. Then I suppose feast thine eyeballs upon the just stunning display of capitalism that is about to go through your screen. Either way, in about 3 minutes, we'll be right back. Are we back? I believe we are. I believe we are. And let's get right back to it. Thank you, by the way, so much. Everybody still on stream, watching and hanging out. I absolutely adore every single one of you. That's right, even you. Let's get back to the overhead. Here we go. Let's make some goddamn characters. What are your bonds? Bonds represent a powerful relationship or emotional investment your character has in an individual, group. So I have a bond with my cat, for example, or organization. Yes, I think my cat counts as an organization. The relationship need not be reciprocal. It's not. What matters is what your character cares about. While your character likely cares about far more than one person, group, or entity, your starting bond ought to be the relationship that most defines your character at the outset. Bonds are notated in subject, feelings towards subject format. Some examples include little brother, Sam, protective concern. I see what you did there, game. I see what you did there. The cult, escaped, fearful hatred. Orpheus, cautious loyalty. The bonds can either be affirming or estranging with respect to your character's humanity. Generally speaking, if the strong feelings you have towards the subject of your bond are emotionally healthy, it is considered an affirming bond. If your feelings are emotionally destructive, however, it is considered an estranging bond. The player and the director decide together whether each bond is affirming or estranging. These two bond types are important in determining post-session resource recovery, which is detailed on its own section later. In light of this, the full notation for a bond would be little brother, Sam, protective concern, affirming. The cult, escaped, fearful hatred, estranging. Orpheus, cautious loyalty, affirming. Okay, that makes sense. It's interesting because you really only get one of these, so I wonder what effect that's going to have here. Well, we'll get to that later, but that is interesting. Principles. Your principles are strongly held beliefs that your character has. As with bonds, a character likely has multiple strong beliefs, but your starting principle should be the feeling most reflective of your character as a person. Hi. Principles are statements of conviction. Your cats are a statement of just hi. Hi, kitty. Hi. Hi. Are we claiming my book? Yes, we are. We are. Okay. That is now your book. Never mind. Well, thank you, cat. I hope you will continue to allow me to use your book for this stream, kitty kitty. And you see, this is just the fur. Here we go. Just the fur. Dad, stop telling people that I'm fat, but you are, sweetheart. Yeah. I know. Can I have my hand back? Can I have my hand back? No, can't have my hand back because I called you fat. That's why. This is what I get for fat shaming my cat. This is what I get, honestly. Like, this is just entirely... Hi, sweetheart. Can I have my hand back? Thank you. She's just fuck up your hand, Dad. She also just likes fucking up my hand. She's a big fan of just biting the ever-living fuck out of my hand. But I'm in the middle of a stream, sweetheart. Twitch is not big on violence. Also, you're sitting on my. She did it. She sat on my. Somebody. Okay, here we go. Somebody mentioned, like, do you want to sell your minis? Okay, so look at this beauty. Look at this elven beauty. Not only is this a great little mini, high quality, resin printed, but also my cat sat on it. So $10 or best offer. Don't be offended. You'll get a cut. Never mind. She's leaving. All right. Let's get back to it. Quick roll. Hell yeah. Full success. Let's go. Principles. Strongly held beliefs that a character has is with bonds. Character likely has multiple, blah, 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 blah. Statements of conviction. So examples here. The strong are entitled to prey on the weak. And estranging. Okay, so they're also estranging or affirming. The worth of the strong is determined by their treatment of the weak. Order is more important than justice. Estranging. Freedom is paramount. Could be affirming or estranging based on interpretation. Oh, sorry. Did not mean to slam the mic. Also, let me just adjust that. There we go. So, the creation of bonds and principles is intended to be a collaboration between the director and the player, since both make use of them during the course of the game. And then, fears. Everyone's afraid of something. In the world of Orpheus, those fears tend to be justified. Digging into what your character truly fears is a great way to get at the character's core vulnerability, from which much of their worthiness and interest as a character grows. Another source is, of course, what the character cares about, hence bonds and principles. Fears can be rational or irrational, and the specific way your character reacts to the object of the fear is up to you. Unlike bonds and principles, fears are neither affirming nor estranging to your humanity. They're just fears, and they'll find their way in. The possibilities are endless, but some examples include fear of one's own irrelevance. I will thank you, book, for not coming at me like that just out of the fucking gate. Thank you. Fear of clowns, fear of mob mentality and cognitive dissonance, fear of spiders, etc., etc. I'm more of a fear of heights, and I don't particularly care for... It's not enclosed spaces, because I live in a cave, and I like it enclosed. But I have a fear of being restrained. I do not react well to like being handcuffed, being restrained from movement sends me into a panic that I do not have full control over. Even when I know it's like, no, like sexy time handcuffs, not a thing. Ladies, just letting you all know. I know you've been wondering. And the answer is no. Please do not handcuff me. It will not be sexy. It will not be fun. I will freak the fuck out and probably kick you. Not a conscious choice. I get handcuffed. I start kicking. I should probably avoid the police at all costs. Because should one ever handcuff me, I'm going to end up kicking a cop in the face. And that's just... I mean, I'm not saying nobody wants that. I kind of want that. But I shouldn't, is what I'm trying to say. So hence, I avoid the cops. I avoid the cops in general principle, really. But also, I happen to have a particular vulnerability, apparently. Anyway, point is, fear of heights. Let's just go with fear of heights. Invocation let's see. Please note that when you select these three motivations, your bond and your principle cannot both be affirming or estranging. You need one estranging and one affirming motivation in character creation. The player and the director must agree on all motivations. The player must be comfortable portraying them, and the director must be confident they can involve them adequately in the storytelling. Invocation of bonds and principles. When a situation arises in play that seems particularly relevant to one of your character's bonds or principles, you may, with director approval, invoke that motivation on a single skill or attribute check, not an initiative check, or on a use of a passive attribute. On this check, roll your dice as normal, but add 1d3 to the result. For example, a character with the I want to be truly altruistic motivation could invoke that motivation when risking their life to save a helpless person from danger. Each motivation can be invoked once per session. Track the number of times each motivation has been invoked. When a single motivation has been invoked at least 3 times, you may choose to designate that motivation as your character's core value. Interesting. Your core value functions as a motivation. However, when you invoke your core value, you may choose between adding 2d3 to the result, in which case you may not invoke your core value again this session, or adding 1d3, in which case you may invoke your core value for another 1d3 a second time in this session. Interesting. So basically, whichever... Oh, hi, cat. Are we? It's just what we're doing. We're just going round and round. All right. Okay, and you're gonna sit on my minis again. I know. Here we go. Move them out of the way. Like every time, she's like, no matter where you move them to, it's gonna keep sitting on them. Can I give? What happens if I? Let's see. Which one of these is most likely to survive the fall? I want to see if she will swat. Okay, here we go. This little. No, you'll probably snap. There's a little dude. There's a little fighting dude. Did I pick up the little fighty dude? They're all little fighty dudes, but. No, there was like a tiny little gnome dude that I think, no, not this guy. Although that is a tiny little halfling dude. There's like a tiny little gnome dude that I have. Cat core motivation derail. Yes, she gets to add a plus 2d6, 2d3s to all her rolls to derail me. And she's very effective. I don't have the little dude that I wanted to give her. So let's do a big dude. Let's do a big dude. Okay, here's that. You can't see that, but I'm gonna see if she knocks it off the table. Actually, you can probably see that if I do this. It's gonna be upside down. So, there we go. There we go. Let's see. Will she? Okay, you see it there? You see it there? She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. She's considering it. Nope. What are you looking at? Nope. Well, now you're covering. Now people can't see the little dude. Now people can't see the little dude. I'm just trying to give the people what they want. Okay, there we go. Is she gonna do it? She's thinking about it. She's looking at it. She's looking at. Oh no, she's just attacking the book. There's nothing there. It's just nothing there. Yeah, that little. No, you don't care about the little guy. All right, she doesn't care about the little guy. She just wants to lay down. She just wants to lay down. Fine. No little guys for you. No little guys for you. Probably shouldn't be letting your cat play with your resin figurines anyway. That can't possibly be healthy. All right. Let's continue. So many, just a whole pile of little dudes there. Hi, cat. All right, let's continue here. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Cat's gone. That means she'll be back. Let's move all the little dudes over here again. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Just grab a handful of little dudes, put them there. This counts as decoration, right? And is this the little dude I was going to give her originally? No, that's not a little dude. All right. All right, so I like the core value. Now, invocation of fears. Fears are not invoked by the player, rather they are exploited by the director. That checks out. Exploitation of motivations. The director may choose to exploit your motivations when acting in accordance with that motivation would cause trouble for your character. The player must choose whether to succumb to that motivation and follow it into trouble or to avoid it in a story-appropriate way. The consequences of an exploited motivation depend on what motivation is exploited and how the player chooses to respond as described in this section. No single motivation may be exploited more than once per session. Okay, so guidance, they can't be used for good or evil more than once per session. Once for good, once for evil. So if you succumb to a principle or bond, you gain a benefit based on whether the principle or bond was affirming or estranging, as follows. If you succumb to an affirming bond or value, you regain 3 humanity. We haven't seen what humanity is yet, what it does, but you get some of it back. Or if it's estranging, you regain 3 strain, divided as you choose between mental, physical, and spiritual. And okay, so that's kind of cool, actually. I don't know yet what humanity is or what it's for. We'll find out. But I like that. I actually really like that mechanic, because basically the estranging bonds, estranging principles can be seen as negative. In fact, they kind of are described that way, right? And I know a lot of players who instinctively rail against the concept of adding anything negative to your character, right? But the fact that having a negative, having an estranging thing and giving into it lets you regain strain. That's a big motivation right there for a player, I think. And then as a GM, keep an eye on your players' levels of strain so that you know just when to try and exploit some of these. And then fears. To confront your fear and avoid succumbing to it, you must pay 2 mental and or spiritual strain. Mark how many times you succumb to each fear rather. When you succumb to the same fear 3 times, it becomes a core dread, giving you a -3 situational penalty to all checks and values the director rules affected by this fear, until you confront your core dread 3 times in a row, at which point it is downgraded to a normal fear. When you succumb to a fear, you must react with unreasoning violence, panic flight, complete shocked inaction, or another irrational fear-based response ruled appropriate by the director and not emotionally traumatic to you as a player. The character should be traumatized, not the player. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Horror games. I'm traumatizing the characters, not the player, which is to bring it back to that point earlier about telling a player how their character feels, especially in a horror game, a horror setting. Yeah, exactly, because your character is traumatized. Your character is the one experiencing these things. You as a player are only getting my Sure, hopefully very eloquent and, a painting made with words, description of the eldritch horrors and terrors that you're experiencing, but your character is actually there experiencing these things firsthand. They are going to react in ways that are not entirely rational and logical like a player would, right? I mean, I'm not saying players are always rational and logical, of course, but point is that they are a step separated from their character, so they can choose to react in ways that somebody who is actually actively terrified probably would not. And so that's why in a horror game like this, I think there is a really good reason why you want to be able to tell a player your character is scared. Um, and when especially when you tie it to a fear, again, fears are irrational. And I think that's something that a lot of people forget. I think almost everybody has some kind of irrational fear of something. Chat, let me know that, please tell me what your weaknesses are, chat. But because I've already given you mine, right? I have a fear of heights. I'm not great with heights, and I have a fear of being restrained. And those things I react to irrationally. Even when I am entirely safe from a logical point of view, I know that I am entirely safe. If I am near at the edge of a tall building, and there is anyway, I can just if whatever wall is separating me from the void is something that I could conceivably pull myself over and jump. It's not about falling necessarily. Although also, yes, it is about falling, right? It's like if there's no barrier, there's no wall, I'm extra terrified. Ask my friends a couple of New Year celebrations ago, or what was it? No, there was something that I went and it was, or maybe it was July 4th. Anyway, I got onto the roof of my friend's apartment building. This was a third or fourth floor building in Brooklyn. So it was about 4 floors up, which is high, but not crazy, right? But it's on the roof. No borders, no fences or anything. I was 20 feet away from any of the edges on that roof. And I had to sit down and kind of assume an almost fetal position on the floor, like just bring my legs up to my chest and sort of curl up and make myself small and press up against some kind of surface that I could just be constantly putting pressure up against, so that I could be actively keeping myself away from the edge. Very quickly, my friend was like, do you want to just go down? I was like, yes, for the love of God, please, yes. And then I went downstairs and I had a lovely night. Meanwhile, my friends were just walking around, walking. My heart would stop every time they would go practically up to the edge and kind of just look down and look around. Just absolutely no problem. Meanwhile, I was and I knew I was safe. It wasn't windy. It wasn't crazy. But I could not. And so, but if it's something that there is a barrier, again, if it's a barrier, I could conceivably just sort of relatively easily just kind of whoop, pop over. I can't. Even though I know logically I would never. There's a part in the back of my head that's going you're gonna walk over there and you're gonna climb over and you're gonna fall down. That's gonna be horrible. And it's there. It's not logical. It's absolutely irrational. And that doesn't make it any less real. It doesn't make it any less real that my pulse speeds up, my heart speeds up, my vision, my throat tightens, all the effects of fear, right? Fears are irrational, especially fears that are like this. And I think it's important that a horror game kind of reminds you of that, because I've seen players that are because I, the player, am not scared, I will play my character as if they're not scared. And it's then you're not playing the game right? You're not playing a horror game at that point. So I like this. I like this. I like the general concept and the reminder that, hey, like when you succumb to a fear, it's not a, okay, well, I guess I'm scared now. It's like, no, react strongly, react irrationally, react in a way that doesn't necessarily make sense because this is not a rational thing. So I do like that it does that. Um, when you confront a fear or core dread 3 times in a row, or if you decisively combat your fear or core dread, direct your discretion, you overcome it, and it's no longer counted as your fear. However, you can develop new fears as the game progresses. Instead, based on what transpires, direct your discretion. Directors and players are encouraged to collaboratively build a narratively interesting new fear as quickly as the story permits to ensure that a player's character's fears are always lurking. You overcome a fear, regain 5 humanity, and regain 5 strain, divided as you choose between mental and spiritual strain. Okay, good. So there is an in-character reason to do this as well. Because I was thinking like, okay, well, if I overcome a fear and immediately get a new fear, then why bother overcoming it? Say, oh no, there is an actual in-game reward for that. So I like that. Core values. If the director exploits your core value, you must pay 2 humanity and 2 mental or spiritual strength to avoid succumbing to it. Humanity is explored in more detail in its own section later. Keeping track of motivations. Players are encouraged to keep track of how their character's motivations might realistically get them into trouble. As the director of the motivations, ought to be exploited in a situation that seems narratively appropriate. There's both ways to reinforce the impact of motivation on play, and for players to be rewarded for role-playing ways that are in character but not necessarily tactically optimal. Cool. Nothing, no notes there. Neo motivations. Motivations can be gained through character advancement, but if a motivation becomes obsolete due to story developments in play, the player should take a new motivation agreed upon by the player and director at the same number of tracked invocations for the purpose of determining the ability for core value. It wouldn't do to mechanically punish character development. Flaws. You also have flaws. Characters may start the game with up to 2 flaws. Flaws are unique circumstances, whether physical, mental, or something else, that can challenge the character in specific ways. It's important that flaws be specific. An ankle made immobile by a previous injury, for example, would be an acceptable flaw. It only affects dexterity with regards to things for which you need your foot, and wouldn't make you worse at firing a gun, for example. More broadly applicable things that would penalize most use of an attribute should just be modeled by the character having a low attribute in that area. For example, if a character has both impaired eyesight and impaired hearing, they should have a low perception attribute rather than specific flaws, as this would affect nearly all checks associated with perception. Flaws can be self-imposed codes of honor, physical handicaps, social or cultural hang-ups likely to cause trouble, or any whatever else the player and director agree on. Flaws may inconvenience your character in play, imposing penalties of various severity, blah blah blah. So, if a flaw imposes a -1 penalty, refresh 1 strain, you choose 1 type. Okay, so you get rewarded for when the flaw, kind of like flaws in World of Darkness and a lot of other games that have like merits and flaws. Like, if the flaw affects you, you do get a Benny. Actually, wait, does World of Darkness give you that? I think some versions do. I don't think all of them do. So flaw imposes a -2, refresh 2 strain, you choose the types. -3 penalty, gain a memento mori. Huh. Alright. Detail in their own section later. Interesting. I do love the term memento mori. Right? It stands for, remember you too will die. Yeah, interesting. Okay. You may only gain each of the benefits above once per session, regardless of how frequently your flaw imposes a particular penalty. Okay. So just as with the exploitation of motivations, players are encouraged to help keep track of their own characters, yada, 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 etc. Remember, remind your GM to give you points for your flaws. Okay, now we've got actual attributes. Characters begin the game with 15 AP attribute points. These points are used to buy ranks in attributes. There are 6 attributes: 2 for mind, perception and focus, 2 for body, dex and vitality, and 2 for spirit, charisma, and willpower. The okay, so now we have an idea of what the attribute ranges are like. The human maximum for an attribute is 5, and the minimum is 0. When building up your character, you divide your AP up between these 6 attributes. Once you have decided on the distribution of AP, your character gains a value in each attribute equal to the number of AP you assign to it. So if you put 5 AP towards vitality and 1 AP towards perception, your character will have 5 vitality and 1 perception. This particular paragraph feels like it probably could have been cut out or this part reworded because you're literally just saying like 2 equals 2, 3 equals 3, 4 equals 4. Each attribute is the general scope of activities and competencies to which it pertains, and we got the description of the stats. So you got perception, focus, dexterity, vitality, which is kind of like strength as well, charisma, and willpower. And a whole bunch of derived stuff. So melee attacks is 1/2 of your dex with vitality, range attack, half of your dex with perception, unnatural attack, perception plus will or focus, evade, half of dex with perception, parry, half. Okay, so basically it's an average. It's average of combination of stats is the most of your derived attributes. Acuity, 1 and 3 focus, 2 and 5 focus. Toughness, 1 and 3 vitality, 2 and 5 vitalities. Force of will. Okay, so these are just like standards. Tactical acumen. There's 1 for each point of acuity. Tactical acumen. Interesting. And initiative, sum too high as the focus, willpower, dexterity. Other bonuses apply. Derived attributes are rounded down where needed. Okay, fine. It is a horror game. I get it. That's just me as a player going like, but I want you to round up. Anyway, most games round down anyway. Passive attributes. Okay, so this is just all the extra stuff. So evade, parry, and vigilance, and wariness. Evade, parry, vigilance, and wariness. Are passive attributes, meaning the player does not roll checks with them under normal circumstances. Instead, the entity opposing the player would roll an attack check against the player's evade or parry value, depending on which defense is being used. See combat section later. Stealth against the player's vigilance value or deception against the player's wariness value. You may boost your passive attributes with strain based on your rank and the skill relevant to each value as shown in this section. So evade can be boosted based on your dodge. Parry can be boosted based on your attack skill with a weapon you use to parry. Vigilance can be boosted by strain based on your ranks and awareness skill. Wariness can be can be boosted based on your ranks in the empathy skill. Oh, this is nice on wariness. Look at this little detail here. Your ability to detect falsehood or deceit in social situations, cool, can be boosted by strain based on your ranks in the empathy skill, dope. Boosts to wariness last an entire scene rather than for just one check. That's cool. So you can spend 1 strain. Okay, wait, so let's double check this. You may boost your passive with strain based on your rank and skill. So what I'm unclear about, let's see if they give us some examples. But what I'm unclear about based on this wording is it's like race based on ranks in the skill relevant to each value as shown in this section. So if my skill rank is 1 and I spend 1 strain, then my skill rank in empathy is 1. I spend 1 strain, then that gives me a +1, right, to my wariness for the rest of this scene, which is dope. But if I have a rank of 2, does spending 1 strain now give me 2 + 2? A rank of 3, does spending 1 strain give me a +3, +4, etc.? Or is it 1 point of strain per level of boost that I want to give myself, and the level of the skill just limits how much I can put in there? Because that's going to be very different, right? Depending on how that goes. And you may boost your passive attributes with strain based on your rank in the skill relevant to each value. Can be boosted by strain based on your dodge skill. I wish they had an example. And I do not see one. There's the ranks. I may see something that I'm going to complain about with the ranks very shortly. Um, hmm. Sorry, I'm just kind of going for it to see if I see any kind of... Nope, doesn't look like we're going to get any kind of... Here we go, an example of play. All right, so let's see. You start to wonder if they hold up, could be a night watchman. Look for someone who's not trying to be stealthy. Be an awareness check with perception. Why not both? Output. Okay, so your vigilance was used to catch people sneaking up on you. So vigilance is here, so you can boost your vigilance. Okay, vigilance is just like wariness. Last entire scene. That's dope. Based on your awareness, your ranks in the awareness skill. And then Kate says that'd be an awareness check with perception. Your vigilance is what's used to catch people. Why not both? I'll put 2 mental strain into vigilance and bring it to a 5. As for the awareness check, +2 on the dice, my perception. So based on this example here, it sounds like it's a 1-for-1. So for example, for wariness, if my empathy skill is 2, my empathy skill rank is 2, and again, I can already tell I'm going to complain about something very shortly, then I can spend up to 2 strain to bump it up. If it's 1, I can only spend 1. But if I have 2, I can choose to only spend 1. I don't have to spend all 2, sounds like, right? So there was a thing, motivations and whatever, that added dice, but that doesn't help. So motivations can help with specifically, here we go, invocation of bonds and principles. If either one of these motivations, your bond or your principle, can apply to the roll, then once per session you can choose to do so and add +1 d3. So in that case, that would have been a 2, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 3, 4 is a 2. That would have been a +3. But you only get to do that once per session, and it has to be a bond or principle that applies to it. Assuming that this roll you don't have a bond or principle that applies, adding a d3 doesn't make things better. I mean, it can. It's not a huge difference, but would you just... How could... Okay, now I'm confused. How could that necessarily be bad? Because you generally want to, like, if you're making a roll, right? You're trying to beat a number. So generally speaking, being able to add more is going to hopefully increase your chances of success. I don't really see adding more as making the situation worse necessarily, especially because this is when you are... The D3 could give... Oh, no. Okay. So yeah, so I see what the confusion is. So there is the D6s, and the D6s are effectively a fate dice, right? D6s really only matter. 1, 2 is a -1, 3, 4 is a 0, and 5, 6 is a +1. So they're effectively fate dice. D3s are not really D6s. They are just D3s. They're just 1, 2, or 3. So in those cases, you still roll, and a 1 or 2 is a 1, a 2, 3, or 4 is a 2, 5, 6 is a 3. But they are actually 1, 2, and 3 when it's a D3. It's a little confusing, so I see why you got confused there. But in that case, yeah, no, so adding a D3 is always going to be positive. So D3 is just adding a number, adding the specific number that comes up, as opposed to the standard roll of a D6, which is effectively a fate die in that one. The D3 is a D3, exactly, not the 3-option D6. Precisely, yeah. But okay, so the example makes it clear here on how we... let's go back here. Also, I do like the art that we're seeing. We'll get back to that. Here we go. So basically this part, like the boost awareness based on your ranks in the empathy skill. You still have to spend 1 strain for each boost. The number of ranks in your skill just limits how much strain you can spend to that. Okay, understood. And acuity gives you certain stuff. Okay, toughness, same thing. Force of will, same thing. Initiative, when you have wound penalties, your initiative checks are only ever affected by the least severe wound penalty you have to a relevant attribute. In other words, you're only penalized on initiative checks if you are facing penalties in both attributes from which your score is derived. Interesting. So it's acuity and force of will. Sorry, no. Your two highest attributes among focus, dexterity, and willpower. So basically, your initiative only gets affected if, let's say, your two highest are focus and willpower. Your initiative would only get affected if both focus and willpower have penalties. Tricky to remember, but good to know. You may not modify initiative checks with strain, skill feature motivation, not only abilities from your archetype that specifically augment initiative checks apply. Okay, fair enough. Then you have 3 damage tracks. All right, 3 damage. That's more damage tracks than normally I feel is strictly necessary. Usually I'm happy with just 1, maybe 2 if you're tracking some level of mental damage. If you're not treating mental damage as hit points or something else. But a 3rd one, I guess there's like soul damage and this one, spiritual damage, right? So you've got clarity, which is the state of your mental and sensory facilities, health representing physical condition, and stress representing their emotional and spiritual well-being. So spiritual damage, yep. Clarity damage can be caused by sensory overlords. I am your sensory overlord. Sensory overload. Some types of drugs or other chemicals, or anything which might adversely affect your character's wits, sharpness of senses, or ability to concentrate. Health damage, by all the stuff that would normally do health damage. Stress damage is fear, social pressure, magics, diseases, anything that also might adversely affect your character's morale, resolve, emotional state, or spiritual well-being. Each damage track consists of 3 types of damage boxes: wounded, seriously wounded, and critically wounded. Whenever your character is damaged, that damage comes in the form of points on the track, which corresponds to the type of damage being dealt. Each point of incoming damage fills up 1 unfilled damage box, starting with the wounded boxes and moving on to seriously wounded if the wounded boxes are all filled, and finally to the critically. Okay, so this reminds me a lot of like World of Darkness, like wound levels and stuff. So focus, and then based on your focus, vitality, or willpower rank, clarity, health, or wait, let's just read this. The number of boxes of each type in each damage track are determined by a single attribute which is relevant to that track. Focus determines your clarity track, vitality determines your health track, and willpower determines your stress track. Determine how many. Okay, so if I have focus of 4, because our stats are 0 through 5, a focus of 4, then my clarity health track consists of 4, basically 9 spaces: 4 wounded spaces, 3 severely wounded spaces, 2 critically wounded. If I only had a focus of 0, then I only have 5 health levels in the clarity track, and so forth with health. If my if my vitality is 3, then my health is basically 8 levels total: 3 wounded, 3 okay. Interesting approach. Simple enough, I guess. It's like you only really refer to this once during character creation, so that's fine. My only sort of complaint is that it's not entirely intuitive, but other than that, no real issues with it. I'm curious. Okay, let's go back here just for a second. I'm curious about the character sheet, how it treats that. So let's go back here and see if we can find a character sheet. Here we go. There we go. Is this a character? Yeah, there we go. That's a character sheet. So where's our health? Where are our health tracks? Here we go. Ah, interesting. So that's how they appear to be handled like this. So because at your basis level, right, at your least, everybody's always going to have at least 2 wounded, 2 seriously wounded, and 1 critically wounded health box. But but then like you see here, I don't know how well it shows up on the camera. I can kind of build that up. You see how some of the boxes are solid and some of the boxes are lined. So the solid ones are the ones that everybody's going to get, no matter what they're like. Even if you have a 0 in the stat, and I guess you just kind of like fill in, complete, make them solid as they would apply based on that table. All right, that's an interesting little approach to the character sheet. It's a very obvious character sheet designed in Excel. I mean, it's charming, really. I like it. All right. I see how they're handling this. I get it. Cool. All right. So there's that. Let's get to skills. Here we go. Because I am going this right here. I literally. Okay. Look. Are you a weeb? I know I am. And I think honestly, like it's this way of ranking stuff has infected nerd circles in general, but not all nerds know that. This whole thing, DCAB, DCBA, and S being S ranked, like as a weeb, as a certified weeb, yes, right. S rank means something to me. But I was reminded again. I keep bringing up my friend Dave because he's the only friend I've got. No, because he's my best. He's one of my best friends. But also, like he and I are very good friends who share a lot of things in common, but are very different. And he, for example, knows nothing of anime, and he's not interested. It's not his thing, and it's fine. I've already occasionally tried to like get him into some stuff, but it's just not his thing. And he will occasionally go, oh wow, that looks cool, the animation or whatever. But again, he's just not interested in anime, and that is fine. That is his flaw as a human being, right? But point is, I was telling him about an anime, and if you will permit me a derail, if you will, actually, you know what? If you will permit me a derail all the way back here, because I need to be able to look you in the eye. I need you to see my face. I need you to really be able to comprehend just the level of shame that I'm going to go ahead and admit to on the internet, in Elon Musk's own internet. I'm going to admit to something truly shameful. I started watching a lot of new anime this season. This season is kind of it's all right. It's an all right series, right? But there is this one show that I started watching, and let me be very clear. This show is trash. I consider myself a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to anime trash. My tolerance for anime bullshit is rank S. All right, I can tolerate a lot of anime bullshit if there's a good story at its core. Not all of it. I have my limits, but I'm willing to tolerate a lot of anime bullshit. And this is not the series I want to talk about, but as an example, there's a series called The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. And it's horny as fuck. It is a harem anime. The title, like many animes these days, tells you exactly what it is. It's this one guy. Long story short, he is assigned 100 soulmates by a god who was not doing their job correctly, and is then informed that when people do not get together, like not everybody has a soulmate, but the people who do have a soulmate, if they do not get together with their soulmate, they become cursed and die. And this lead character is the nicest guy. He is amazing. I love him. I'm one of the 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really loves him. But really, 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 really loves him. It's 5 reallys. 5. He's great. He's wonderful. And all these girls keep falling for him with good reason. But also, it's an incredibly horny anime. Like, there's a lot of fan service. But at the same time, the story behind it is beautiful in its own weird way. Like, this guy sincerely wants to help each and every single one of his soulmates as he meets them, and he is sincere about it. And every single one of them sincerely and honestly falls in love with him, and deservedly so. I do not know how it's gonna get to like the 100th girlfriend, right? Like, the entire first season, I think, is only the first 5. I think the manga hasn't even gotten to the first 50, and yet somehow it manages to do it. It makes no sense that it should. Do not try this in real life. But point is, anime bullshit tolerated, right? Now we go to the series that I was actually talking to Dave about. This series is trash and is not it's not good. It's not good. It's not. Do not watch this. Do not watch this show. For the love of God, this is not a recommendation. I'm watching it because trash, a trash connoisseur, but it's not a good show. This show is called The Elf Girl's Pet Cat is Secretly an S-Ranked Monster. And the concept of this show is that this knight dies, gets killed by monsters. He's a human knight, and he reincarnates as a monster. It's a common conceit in some certain genres of anime. He reincarnates back into the same world he was in before, but as a monster. And the type of monster that he is called a behemoth. And when he is born into it, he's a baby behemoth, which just so happens to look exactly like a cute little kitty cat. This cute little kitty cat monster escapes from the dungeon where he is reborn, but in the process he gets injured and is rescued by a big titty elf girl. There's no other way to say that. These are her defining characteristics. Big titties, is an elf, is a girl. That's it. That is her entire personality. Well, no, one other thing which I'm about to get to. In fact, let's address it immediately. Big titty elf girl wants to fuck that cat. She's not even subtle about it. She basically she does not fuck the cat. At least 3 episodes in so far, has not fucked the cat. And in Reincarnated Knight's defense, he has not tried to fuck the elf girl because he is a cat. He is not equipped for fucking elf girls, big tittied or otherwise. So when she makes comments and makes all ooh horny anime faces at the cat, his reaction is one of horror, and it's usually played up for laughs. But laughs or not, that girl do want to fuck that cat. And then we introduce two other characters. One is an actual cat girl, a girl with cat ears, right? And it is hinted in the series that cat girls may in fact have been born of crossbreeding between humans and magical cats at some point, because this is clearly somebody's barely disguised fetish. But she doesn't want to fuck the cat, which, you know, seems you know, if you would expect anyone to want to fuck the cat, it would be the cat girl. The cat girl does not want to fuck the cat. She thinks that the elf girl is weird for wanting to fuck that cat. And she will occasionally look at the elf girl when the elf girl is going like, I want to fuck that cat. And she's like, man, what the hell is wrong with that elf girl? But then she'll pause and kind of look at the camera and go like, but low key, that's a really fuckable cat though. And then there's a third girl. So the harem so far is 3, or non-harem, or I don't know what it is really. There's a third girl. This third girl is also reincarnated, but the other way around. She is a monster that the knight killed when he was a behemoth. He killed her, and she reincarnates as a human. And then she reincarnates as a human, but with the memory of the powerful behemoth monster that killed her. So when she reincarnates, as opposed to the elf girl, who it's like, she says things and everybody kind of looks at her and goes like, I think that elf girl wants to fuck that cat. And it's kind of left up in the air. It's very obvious the elf girl wants to fuck that cat, but she doesn't straight out say it. This last one it just goes like, "You cat, fuck me." She's like, "You are the strongest creature, and I want the strongest monster to fuck me because she is an ex monster, but also current monster fucker." She also does not fuck the cat. So far, 3 episodes in, no one has fucked the cat. This is anime. This is anime. Anime is a strange place. It is often anti-whole. It's true. It's true. Anime is weird. It's weird. That is, again, that series is absolute trash. All of that. I just needed to explain this to you so you understand who I am as a person. But also I'm telling my friend Dave about this because I wanted to horrify him. And he stops me just at the before I even get to all the potential cat fucking. He stops me and goes like, I tell him, "Oh yeah, the elf girl's pet is secretly an S rank monster," and he goes like, "What the fuck is an S rank?" And it never occurred to me, even for a second, that somebody would not understand what S rank means in a ranking, right? So mistake number one, right? Don't necessarily, unless you're making an anime themed game, that whole anime ranking, S rank stuff. I mean, it's huge. I guess it depends on your societal wise. Like, yeah, Japan is also big on that, I guess. But depending on your audience, like that's not going to be a universal thing, right? That level of ranking is not going to be universal. So when we go back here, right, and we see these rankings here. So that immediately is like, all right, that's a not everybody's gonna get this. Not everybody's gonna get this, right? But my complaint is more even than that. And this Phoenix, I think you'll also identify with this because I'm seeing a similar problem with the system that we've been working on, is that these skill ranks are in letters, but you have to remember that they also have effectively a numerical value. And it's not this is your cost to improve. But the point is that at certain points, they've already described that you add your skill rank to your role, right? And here's the thing. This is weird. Wait. This is weird. Boost. Can you use strain to boost checks with the skill? Okay, this is boost. Okay. Let's read through this, because the impression that I had was when you're rolling, you roll your skill. So let's say you have a skill of 3, which probably your kind of your average. You've got a skill of 3. And you are rolling. Where's the other? Here we go. You are rolling dodge. Let's see. What's a skill that we could roll? Let's see. Do we have a list of skills? Here we go. Combat skill. Okay, so you're rolling dodge. Your attribute is evade. All right. Let's say you have an evade of 3, and you have a dodge rank of 2. So the way I thought it was, and kind of like the way I kind of got the impression here, right? Skill check notation, right, is most of these, it depends on your, most of these bonuses. The attribute most relevant to the check is after your score, and other bonuses and penalties may be applied as well. Many of these bonuses depend on your rank and a relevant skill, and this marks the difference between a skill check and an attribute check. A skill check is effectively an attribute check, which can be affected by a particular skill. So I read this thinking that it meant like I have a rank of 3 in evade, for example, for dodge, and then I have dodge of 2, or in this case, I guess it would have been a dodge rank of C, right? And my complaint was like, how do I remember that C equals 2? Because I'm basically 3 plus 2 from skill 5, and then I roll, and that's a +1, so my final result is a 6 on that roll. That's what I thought it was. But no, it's actually more complicated. Your rank unlocks how much strain you can spend to boost a specific role, and the higher the rank, it unlocks other things. So this is actually a little bit more complex and a little bit more interesting than I thought it was going to be. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let's see how it goes. Let's see. It surprised me a bit when I started seeing S rank as a concept entirely outside of fighting games, where the SABCDE ranking has been in use for decades. Yeah, well, I mean, fighting games have a strong audience and everything in Japan and in Asian countries, where I feel like this kind of ranking system, for whatever reason, seems to have originated. But yeah, it's also been like for decades in fighting games. You're right. Like, I'm not as huge a fighting game like nerd as you are, Freydis. But yeah, no, you are correct. Like, that's actually been there for a very long time in that area. But okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so my original complaint, which I was going to make, which was that the ranks, that you're giving the ranks a letter grade, but then asking me to remember that the letters, like, if the letter is going to be attached to a number, just give me the number then, right? That's kind of like what I was going for, but that's not the case, right? This actually, like, having a higher level skill kind of unlocks a whole other set of things within that, which is a really interesting approach. Because one of my complaints with some systems, like World of Darkness, for example, would be that, like, oh, I have this skill at level 5. Going from level 4 to level 5, all it really does is give me one more die to roll. That's it. Like, a 5 is supposed to be, I am one of the best in the world at this, but it only really means in final concept that all I really get is one extra die from somebody who's at level 4, which at those levels doesn't really mean that much. Here, the higher the rank, the more stuff you can do. That's a really interesting approach to it. An approach that, in fact, because I went on a sidebar about the big titty elf trying to fuck the cat. Welcome to the stream, anybody who was not here 5 minutes ago. But because I derailed us, it is ad time again. But good news. Last ad break of the show. After this, it will be the last hour, and then we'll wrap up for the day. So bear with us. Last final ad break. I saw messages come in, and I will address them when we get back from the ads. In the meantime, do like I do. Stretch your legs, get some water, rage against the dying of the light, and remember that regardless, in about 3 minutes, we will be right back. And hopefully we're back and free of the ads. So let's hop right back to it. Hey. All right. So let's see. Phoenix, first place I saw S tier was Harvest Moon. I mean, yeah, Harvest Moon. Wasn't Harvest Moon originally a Japanese game? I think it was, right? I'm 99% certain Harvest Moon was originally from Japan. But yeah, it makes sense. All right, so let's complain about that. Let's actually start reading and see what we actually get. So at character creation, characters are given 35 combat skill points and 35 non-combat skill points, CSP and NCSP. Whew. All right, to spend on improving their skills and acquiring new ones. Your character may also gain CSP and NCSP as they continue to grow throughout the courses of their adventure. CSP and NCSP are spent as described below. Okay, so the cost is, acquiring a new combat skill costs 1 CSP, while acquiring a new non-combat skill beyond what your character obtained through their choice of background costs 1 NCSP. Cat will invade. Cat is invading. Cat has invaded. Cat is looking at the minis. Cat is getting... Hey. Hi. Could you not? Thank you. All right. He's gonna sit there. Dad, stop being with the internet people, Dad. She's just, I'm gonna turn the camera down a little bit so you can see, there she is. She is so beautiful. Just so upset. Hey, sweetheart. Yeah. Oh, it's like, Dad, the light. You're shining the light in my eyes. Anyway, hey, for those of you wondering about the 3D, there's the thing. There's the thing that I was telling you about. It's got a little. You kind of see it over there. See how my 3D printer's in a whole enclosure with a tube over there to vent the fumes, so I can actually be in this room without dying. Yeah, that's anyway. Let's get back to it. So we've got a pretty straightforward point allocation system, which is fine, with increasing costs to improve. So you buy a skill at rank D, costs you 1 point. You want to be in rank C, you spend 2 points, and now you've spent total 3 points, that's rank C. Then you want to bring it up to rank B, so you spend another 3, so now you spent 6. You want to bring it up to rank 4, rank A rather, then you spend another 4. Now you spent 14. If you want to bring it up to rank S, you spend another 5. Now you spent 19. So 19 points total gets you a rank S skill, and you start with 35 skill points in each category. 35 in combat, 35 in non-combat. I wonder if they tell you any kind. Yeah, okay. Skill limits of character creation, right there. Okay, good. I was wondering, like, is there anything stopping me from like picking up an S rank skill at the beginning? Looks like there is. So let's see here. Could also be improved by spending skill points at the appropriate time, improving the rank, yada yada. Skills improves, rank is replaced with the next highest. S is the highest. Once it's S, cannot be further improved. Does not have a cost. Character can improve a skill by multiple ranks simultaneously, or even acquire a new skill and improve it, provided they have enough skill points to spend. Yeah, exactly. So I want to pick up a skill at B rank, then I would spend 10 points total to get that skill at B rank to start with. Again, makes sense. Skill limits of character creation. When a character is created, they may generally spend their 35 CSP and 35 NCSP as they wish, but there are some limits which are intended to ensure that characters have a reasonable breadth of skills rather than being highly focused on just 1 or 2 things. I was going to say that's exactly what I'm going to do with 35 points, and I'm going to get 1 S rank and 1 A rank skill. A rank was 6, 10. No, wait. No. B rank is not 10. Sorry. B rank would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So B rank would just be 6 points. Exactly. Spend 6 NCSP, acquire it at rank D, 1 point, improve it to rank C, 2 points, improve it again to rank B, 3 points. So 6 points would get you rank B. 10 points would get you rank A. And then 19 points gets you rank S. So no, if you got something at rank S, which is 9... Wait, no, it's 15. It's 15. I did the math wrong, right? 1 point is rank D. 3 points gets you to C. 6 points gets you to B. 10 points gets you to A. 15 points gets you to S. So in theory, without these limits, you would be able to take 2 S rank skills and then like 5 more D ranks, or maybe 2 D ranks and 1 C rank, and then 2 S ranks. You can be super specialized without this, but let's see what it actually gives us. A character may not improve more than 2 combat skills to rank A with skill points, and only one of those two only one of those 2 skills may further be improved to rank S with skill points. Know that the combat skill bonus they obtain from their background is special and may ignore this rule being used to improve one of your character's skills. The character may not improve any non-combat skill more than 3 times at creation. Instead, a skill not granted starting ranks by a background cannot start above rank B. Okay, so it may not improve more than 2 combat skills to rank A with skill points, and only one of those 2 skills may further be improved to rank S with skill points. I'm assuming this is because it's talking about character creation. It's only character creation, not permanent, not that you can never have 2 combat skills at S rank or A rank or whatever. But this is more important. So if your background, which you haven't gotten to the backgrounds yet, but apparently backgrounds grant you certain levels of skills or certain skill improvements. But if your background did not grant you a skill, the best you can do with character generation with that skill is B rank. All right, good to know. Good to know. So it does kind of keep you from, yeah, it keeps you within. Hi, Cat. Are we doing it again? We're doing it again. We're doing it again. And there she goes. She has a circuit that she does. A circuit that she does. All right, so let's look at what these skill ranks actually do. You know, we've basically been going the full 4 hours, almost 3 hours, over 3 hours, 3.25 hours. And look, this is all we've done. Like, we haven't even seen this. So much that, to be fair, this is tends to be the part that takes us the most time, right? Like, this is literally going through the system. In a lot of games, we would get to the system like on the second day because we spent the entire first day going through character classes and everything. But here's, we're focusing on the system now from the beginning, which I like. Here's why I like this, by the way, for anybody who's wondering why I prefer this approach to okay, I'm split. I'm of 2 minds because I do prefer this approach as a player and as a GM personally, because I want to know how your system works before I make decisions on what I want to play in your system, because I want to know. Otherwise, I know, like, tabletop RPGs, you're not playing to win, right? And playing an quote-unquote unoptimized character is fine. And in fact, I played plenty of quote-unquote unoptimized characters, right? But I want it to be my choice, all right? If I make a shitty character, let me make that with my eyes wide open, knowing full well that I have created a character that will never succeed at a jumping roll, for example, right? But if I don't know how your system works, then I'm still going to make a shitty character. It's just not going to be on purpose. And I'm going to be surprised by it when I get to the actual game and I start trying to do things, and all of a sudden, oh, I suck, and it's because I didn't understand what this system is like. And that's less fun. So I prefer it when I am first introduced to the system, and then I get to see, okay, so what are my options? What can I play within that system? And now when I look at those options, I'm like, oh, okay, so this character classes, particular power that does X, Y, and Z. Now I understand what X, Y, and Z is, and that's cool. Versus before, it's like, oh, this gives me 2 flibble points that I can spend on my Glugnock. And it's like, I don't know what flibble points are. Why would I want to spend them on a Glugnock? Am I at the right table, right? So I like this, but at the same time, for players who are less systems oriented, I think they're not going to get excited about this stuff. They're probably going to skim a lot of this at best and kind of assume that either the GM, the guide, the storyteller, whatever, or the your table's local rules lawyer. Raise your hand if you're the rules lawyer at your table. Is going to keep track of all this little stuff, because all I care about is what cool shit can I play, where are my character classes, what kind of powers can I have, that sort of thing, right? Which I do not know where those are. We'll get to them eventually, right? Because those are sexier. Those are more intensely attractive. When you open up a book, Vampire the Masquerade, you don't immediately go to the torpor mechanics. You go to see what the clans are and what each individual clan can kind of do, right? So like I said, I'm of two minds. I think this is better, but from a make your game attractive to players point of view, it might be a better idea to have your rules kind of after you've introduced the world and the character types. I do not know which of the two approaches is better necessarily. I don't think it really is a situation where one is better than the other. I think it just might be a matter of taste. But on a personal level, I think introducing the system first, like this game is doing, is better. Because it gives me the information that I crave. But then again, this might not be the best approach for all players, right? So let's see what these skill ranks actually let you do. At each rank in a skill, you unlock skill features, which enhance how you may use strain to boost checks with the skill and give you extra capabilities as outlined in this section. So at rank D, you may spend up to 2 strain to boost rolls, gaining +1 to the check for each strain spent. In rank C, this bumps that up to 3 maximum strain spent. So even at your basic levels, that's better than I expected. So let's remember how I had I guess you would never start with a 6, right? So maybe that was a bad example. But let's go with it anyway. Let's say for whatever reason you had a base 6 on a stat, and then you rolled and you were able to get a +2, which raised you to 9, but the difficulty on that roll is 10. And if you have a skill associated with it, that even at rank D, you can spend 1 strain to bring it up to 10, but that's not good enough, because meeting the difficulty is still a fail. You actually have to go over. So you would, even having the skill at rank D gives you the option to go up to 2 levels higher by spending 2 strain. That's better than I expected, honestly. I expected rank D to only be a simple +1 bonus. So that's decent. Also, the fact that it's an option and you get to decide how much strain, how much effort you want to put in. Just being more skilled gives you more options. It's an interesting approach that I don't think I've seen before. Like, again, chat, let me know if any of you have seen a system like this. But I think this is honestly my first time really seeing a system where the various ranks or levels or tiers of a skill. I mean, I've seen systems where having a higher level of a particular skill might unlock specific effects tied to that skill. But otherwise, the default is just like level of skill equal bonus that you get on roll. I don't think I've ever seen one where each level of the skill is straight up something different. Like it opens up additional options for you to play with. Because now we get to rank B, and that's the first time where it really kind of explodes here. So once you have a skill at rank B, which is not that hard to get, right? Rank D is 1 point. To get to rank C, you've spent a total of 3 points. To get to rank B, you've spent a total of 6 points. That's not that hard, right? Like with 35 to start with, you could have 5 skills at rank B. Easy. Like that's 35 points. 5 skills at rank B. So all your skills would get this. That's not that hard, right? Spend 1 strain of the relevant pool to reduce the initiative cost of an action by 1. You may use this feature once per scene. So having rank B will let you get shit done faster. You may reroll 1 check per scene with this skill,
that per scene is not bad. And then once per scene, when using a passive attribute, you may roll a luck check. If the result of a luck check is positive, you apply its score as a bonus to your passive attribute for this check. If the luck check is negative, you keep your original unmodified value for your passive attribute. In both cases, you may still further modify your passive attribute with other skill features. Use of this luck check counts as having used the re-rolling skill feature above. Interesting. I'm going to assume... Doesn't really sense it. Which has how you may use strain in sections. You unlock skill features. So I'm assume, even though it doesn't straight up say it, that having a rank in a skill also grants you the previous rank's stuff. Because otherwise, it would make no sense that you get to rank B and you do get this cool shit, but you can no longer spend strain to boost rolls, right? So I think the way this is shown, again, it would be nice if it said it explicitly, but I'm going to work on the assumption that you do get everything at rank B and rank C. Like rank C, in this case, like rank C, like just replaces. But in this case, since the spending is not included, I'm going to assume it's included here. Then rank A, spend 1 strain to ignore all negative dice rolled on checks with this skill until next round. Interesting. So if I have rank A firearms, for example, then when I roll my, I guess it's probably dex firearms. So I'm rolling my dex. Let's say my dex is 3, and I roll. And I get a rank, and I've got a rank A in shooting, I can spend 1 strain and basically ignore both of these and turn a -1 into a +1 in that. All of a sudden, this becomes 0 to a +1. 0 to a +1. Oh. 0 to a +1. Like, that's really powerful. Okay, no negative, so that's just a good roll. But yeah, that's really powerful. Spend 1 strain for that. I mean, you got an A rank skill. That's really good. Outside of combat, you may take a +1 in lieu of rolling dice with this skill, or in lieu of the results of a luck check granted to a relevant passive attribute once per scene. So here we go. So that's what I was kind of mentioning, like, you know, kind of take a 10. So once you're rank A, if you know. Like if you've got let's see, rank A in firearms and you've got 3 in dexterity, and your only +1. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna have to be. I guess it's really only gonna matter for like higher skills, because meeting the difficulty, you have to exceed the difficulty. But still, like if you know, like you have the skill or the attribute level +1 is enough to beat the difficulty, and your skill is rank A, then you can just do it without rolling, which is nice. This was a little bit more limited than this one, but it's still nice to have. And again, as presumably you get all the previous things. And then rank S. Rank S, once per scene, gain 3 temporary strain that must be spent on checks or values using this skill, and thus cannot be used to reduce incoming damage. The strain lasts until the end of the scene. Outside of combat, you may take a +2 in lieu of rolling dice with this skill. So this is what I was saying. If you had a 3 firearms and your difficulty is 4, but you have a S rank firearms, instead of rolling, you can just take a +2. That brings you a 5, and boom, you hit a dude. I like this. So you can also, like, again, rank S in firearms, 3 temporary strain that I can then spend up to here, so I can basically give myself once per scene a free +3 to a roll on that for that skill. That's powerful. So before we get to the skill list, thoughts on this system? I like it. I like what I'm seeing here. It's I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. My one complaint, if I must have one, is that it's a lot to keep track of. Right? Like, I, as a player, if I have multiple rank A skills or even just rank Bs, like, there's. It's good, but it's also like more work, right? Because it's enough things to keep track of. Sorry, by the way, if the camera is shaking, it's because the camera is attached to a table, and the table, there's a cat on it. She keeps moving around, shaking the table. I'm looking at you. That's right, it's you. The thing is, this is usually, like, since we started stream late, she's expecting the stream to end in a minute, and it's not. It's going to go for another half hour, so we can wrap up properly. We can have our full 4 hours. The 4 hours that you paid for, you get. Wait, you didn't pay for any of this. But she's expecting it to be over, and she's like, Dad, come on, give us wet foods. You'll get wet foods in half an hour, sweetheart. Anyway. So my only complaint is that this is a lot to keep track of, right? This is a lot. I mean, again, with practice, playing the game, you'll get used to it, I'm sure. But it is a lot to keep track of. Again, on one hand, a lot to keep track of. On the other hand, lots of options, like lots of different things I can do with higher level skills, besides just one more point that I can add, you know? It makes higher level skills feel more powerful, feel more weighty, and I do like that very much. All right, following is a list of the most common skills, so specific campaigns and settings may necessitate the inclusion of other skills. Attributes of skill checks determined by the director on a case-by-case basis. Attributes listed initially skill are merely the most commonly paired attributes with the given skill. Cool. Combat skills are obviously relevant to combat. There are non-combat skills that can, in some cases, be useful in the fight. Similarly, combat skills can easily find fileable non-combat applications, yada, yada, yada. So not a huge skill list. Right? Yeah, we got some knowledge craft skills as well. Let's see here. So combat skills, you've got athletics, attack, awareness, dodge, discipline, stability, and stealth. The athletics being climbing, jumping, balancing, etc. Attack is attacking, melee, range, or natural attack, depending on the attribute, depending on the thing. Awareness, noticing things, opposing stealth. Dodge, evading attacks. Discipline, defense against mental attacks. Stability, defense against spiritual attacks. And stealth, sneaking and hiding, opposes awareness. Right, got it, cool. Non-combat, cybersecurity, deception, drive. All right, so we got some asterisks. So attack. The attack skill is bought for a specific weapon type. Okay. So attack pistols, attack rifles, attack knives, attack unarmed. You may make attacks with other weapon types. The director rules are reasonably related to the type for which you have a skill, using your attack skill at 2 ranks lower than its soul. Okay, so if you have attack pistols, then it's probably going to be ranged, right? But also, that doesn't help you with if you have a sword. You would need attack sword to do that. Okay, makes sense. With the 2 stars for drive, skill must be bought for each discipline or type. So chase, stunt level, driving per vehicle, or mount type. Okay, so mount including, so drive is your horseback skill as well. Good to know. Empathy, endurance, first aid, intimidation, investigation, knowledge, and craft, which again must be bought for each discipline or type. So that's why the attributes can change, and we do have an explanation of knowledge over here. And then languages, different ranks. Your fluency in additional languages is as follows. So eventually fluency with non-native languages. So at rank D, broken conversational commands, survival phrases. Rank C, good conversational command. Rank B, fluent with a light accent. Rank A, fluent with no accent. Rank S, fluent on the level of native speaking poet or linguist. So for example, I am rank S at English, even though technically my language is Spanish. For each rank of this skill beyond D attained, you may learn additional languages, which proficiency as follows. Oh, interesting. So instead of buying a separate language skill for each language, you have a single language skill, and the higher your rank, you gain bonus known languages at lower ranks. So when you got rank C, you also gain. Okay, this makes sense. Like for example, let's say I have rank S in both English and Spanish. Because of having those higher ranks, I do have a vague sort of D level understanding of like French and Italian, because they are also like related Romance languages. Ranks B through S gain a bonus known language to its rank D, or improve a bonus language now known as the so at rank one rank better. Yeah, so basically every time you go up a rank on your main thing, you can either choose another language to kind of pick a few phrases from, or bump up your conversational rank in one of the other like smaller languages that picked up. That's interesting approach. Okay, and it makes sense. It makes sense for like for most people, right? Like how you would work. I like that approach. That's pretty cool. Okay, yeah. For example, if you were to gain rank S in languages and focus solely on improving your first bonus language, you would have an effective rank of A in the bonus language. So, for example, this is kind of like me saying I have rank S in Spanish. Because I have rank S in Spanish and my only other language is English, then I have English at rank A. Which, that checks out. But if you want to be sort of polyglot, and know multiple languages, by default, all the other, you'll have one language that is a primary at rank S eventually. The other languages, best you can do is probably like fluent with a light accent. And you can have like 3 or 4 other languages. Like at these rules as written, you can't have multiple rank S languages. Here's some example knowledge and craft skills. So when you're picking up a knowledge or craft, here are some samples of the ones you can pick up, but these are not the only ones. This is even close to exhaustive, right? Exactly. Skills and the relevant attributes. It should be noted that nearly all skills, depending on how a character uses them, can have multiple different relevants. Okay, so that's again just a reminder that even though like it gives you an attribute to use, that can change. It's flexible that way. Like overall, I like that. No crazy, nothing crazy there. Related skills. Similar to how attack skills can be used at reduced ranks for similar types of weapons, characters may sometimes use related skills in place of a skill they do not have or do not wish to use. At any time, a character may use a skill they have in place of one they do not, provided they can make a case for it in the narrative. Okay, again, this is just like, hey, Game Master, I don't have X skill, but I do have Y skill, and theoretically, if I have Y skill, I could maybe do that thing this way, right? And the GM might go like, okay, that checks out, but it's going to be harder, right? So this is kind of like canonizing that. It's going to be, the skill is going to be 2 ranks lower than the rank the character has. For example, the director agrees that the task of impersonating someone, normally deception, could be undertaken using the discipline skill instead, because this particular situation involved rehearsal and study of the subject of the impersonation, and focus adherence to the scripted portrayal could be used in place of a more ad-lib deceit. The player could use their discipline skill rather than deception skill, provided they had at least rank B or above, since reducing ranks by 2 for any D or C rank would remove all ranks. Checks out. No problem there. Hi, kitty. I see you coming. Hi, beautiful. Come on. Get over here. Come here. Who's a good girl? Dad, it's after 6 p.m. Why are you still streaming? I know. Listen, folks. If you have ADHD and you need help sticking to a schedule, get you a cat. They will keep you on schedule. They will not let you forget when it's feeding time, and it is in fact feeding time now. Except, girl, you were served breakfast late this morning because I slept in an extra half hour because I was tired. So you wait an extra half hour in the morning, you get to wait an extra half hour in the afternoon. All right, so I like this. Let's see. Occult versus Eldritch knowledge. See what's going on here. Knowledge, occult, whatever's rituals, cults, underlying psychologies could be used to identify the occult group's mythology, yada yada yada. Knowledge Eldritch, on the other hand, is direct knowledge of the nature of magic and the terrifying, mind-shattering truths of reality. The character uses knowledge in the field to understand the base of how an Eldritch phenomenon works. Additionally, each rank of knowledge, Eldritch confers +1 stress and focus where applicable, damage reduction against horror checks caused by the unnatural. Interesting. So it's like knowledge occult is like quote unquote real world knowledge. Like, what is their methodology? What rituals do they do? What are their motivations? Knowledge dealing with human beings' relationship to the unnatural. Knowledge occult, rather than knowledge eldritch, would be used to determine how a human being would interface with a natural ritual phenomenon, but not how to alter or undermine the unnatural process. Okay. So the way I'm interpreting this is you would use knowledge. So if you run across an otherwise unknown ritual, knowledge occult would let you, as I say, interface, go like, okay, based on what I know about these types of symbols, these types of rituals, and the type of cult that we are investigating in, the way that you would continue with this ritual is doing this, this, and this. Knowledge Eldritch, on the other hand, would be more of a understanding that, oh, this is a ritual to the God King of Pain, and I know that the God King of Pain responds better to certain types of gifts, and understand the base of how an Eldritch phenomenon works to find mindset. So it's more like knowing full magic. Now Kat says you were late, so you're with interest. Oh yeah, no, she's getting extra wet food and probably some churros for her weight. I know. Okay, interesting. For each rank of knowledge Eldritch a character gains, they must invest 5 humanity, which cannot be recovered unless the knowledge is somehow forgotten through hypnosis, brain trauma, or magic. Thus, rank D, invest 5 humanity and +1 stress damage reduction on natural. So the higher your rank in knowledge Eldritch, the less human you become. That's weird. I mean, not weird. I get it. Knowledge Eldritch comes only from direct contact with the unnatural. As such, a character may only raise their rank in Knowledge Eldritch by 1 beyond what is granted by their background, see next page, unless the game begins at a higher level, in which case they may raise their rank. Okay, so this is basically like a cultist skill. And the higher your skill, the more just kind of batshit insane and inhuman you become. Interesting. Okay, so here's your backgrounds. Here's your basic backgrounds that give you your set of skills and stuff. Each player must choose what walk of life their character came from and how that led them to Orpheus. Characters start out with a suite of skills based on the path they've traveled to Orpheus's door. Each background also confers a combat skill bonus, which allows you to improve the rank of a single specified combat skill once, ignoring the normal limits after you have purchased your character's skills, detailed in the skills section after backgrounds. Alright, so backgrounds are scientist, occult scholar, logistics operator, criminal, turned cultist, combat veteran, medical professional, intelligence asset, cybersecurity, and that's it. Or a civilian custom kind of thing. So let's take a couple. So if we go scientist, you get empathy at rank D, thank you. Rank C gives you investigation, knowledge, academia. Rank B gives you another knowledge of science type, and your combat skill bonus is in discipline. An occult scholar gets rank D in knowledge eldritch. There's a star there, which is probably meant to refer to this, because there is nothing actually saying like why. I think that's not supposed to be there, honestly, because I don't see what footnote it might refer to. But okay, see, like that's the difference between a turned cultist. No, actually, a turned cultist also has knowledge eldritch at level D. But a turned cultist has less occult knowledge, and a occult scholar has more occult knowledge. And that's deception, so it's investigation, stealth, and stability. Okay, I see the differences. Criminal knowledge, underworld, security, deception, intimidation. Okay, so these are basically just like your initial kit. Like these are the base skills and stuff that you're going to get. My cat is like glaring at me over there. Actually, she looks like she's glaring. Michelle's actually just making like little blinky eyes. I love you too, sweetheart. You're gonna get fed in mere minutes, 15 minutes or so. Trust me. And then the custom one, so you build your own. Okay. I was kind of expecting more backgrounds, but this is a solid, especially considering again you're playing a member of Orpheus, right? Of the Orpheus Protocol. So like there's a limited number of backgrounds from which the Orpheus Protocol organization would hire and recruit, right? So that makes sense. That makes sense. Humanity and horror. All right, so how are we doing on time? We've got about 15 minutes or so. Let's see how far we can get in 15 minutes. What we've got here. Okay, I think we can go through this one, the horror and humanity section. And then after that, it's going to be social influence and stuff like that. It's dinner time, actually. No worries, Afraid. Take care. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Like I said, we started this stream late. That's why we're ending a little bit late. Normally, by now, we would have been done. It's all right. You're only going to miss a few more minutes anyway. We'll continue this later. But also, quick heads up, no stream tomorrow. I was going to say this at the end of the stream, but anyway, for anyone leaving, just so you know, no stream tomorrow because tomorrow is when I'm running that D&D game that I'm all excited about. It's going to be in the late afternoon, but it means I'm not going to be able to do this and make that game at the same time. So no stream tomorrow. We'll be back streaming on Thursday. As always, keep an eye on my socials. There it is on chat for anybody on the chat that has not followed me yet on my socials. That's the best way to know when I am or am not streaming and at what time. So keep an eye there, and I will announce it again when it's time. But yeah, tomorrow, alas, you will not be exposed to all of this. What can we do? All right, let's talk about humanity and horror in this game so we can wrap up. The uses of the supernatural or extra human power takes a toll on one's humanity and sense of self. Player characters begin with 100 humanity. Okay. So basically, getting rank S in Knowledge Eldritch starts you off at 75 humanity, no matter what. Like that's your max because that humanity is invested in that. Unless altered by investment of humanity in the Knowledge Eldritch skill or an archetype ability. Exactly. So your max would be 75 if you've got like Eldritch at the maximum. But even if you've got your Eldritch knowledge skill at the base level of D, like the cultist and the occult researcher get, you still effectively have 95 maximum humanity. There's still a limit to it, right? Using your archetype abilities generally requires either the expenditure of humanity or the investment of humanity. Usually, using a rank 1 ability costs 1 humanity and a rank 2 ability costs 2 humanity. When using a rank 2 ability, you lose 2 humanity. If that ability specifies that you invest humanity, you do not lose humanity every time you use that ability. Instead, you lose the specified amount of humanity when you acquire the ability, and that humanity is invested, meaning that you cannot recover it. Okay, so basically it lowers your maximum. I like that. I like that approach. An interesting approach. If you have more than one archetype, you must designate one as your primary archetype. You suffer the full effects of humanity loss as described for your primary archetype. You also suffer the effects of humanity loss as described for your non-primary archetypes, but to a lesser extent. Your effective humanity for each non-primary archetype is figured as 50 above your actual humanity total. Okay, interesting. You may not take abilities from more than 2 archetypes, with the notable exception of Soldier and Cyborg, which do not count towards your number of archetypes for this. Right, so we have our these are backgrounds. What we got here, yeah, backgrounds. Archetype is gonna be, it sounds like it's gonna be closer to like your character class, quote unquote, in this game. Restriction does not apply to archetypes that are forced upon you in the story. The acquisition of a 3rd archetype must be approved by the director and occur within the bounds of the story. When you reach 0 humanity, your character succumbs to the darkest facets of their inhuman nature, becoming an NPC or even ceasing to be, at least temporarily. Directors are encouraged to consider side quests to restore humanity to a lost PC if narratively satisfying. When a PC is lost this way, the borrowed time roll should be used if helpful. If under borrowed time, a character lost in this way can use archetype abilities without spending humanity. The borrowed time roll is explained in detail later. Okay, cool. Horror checks. Humanity and stress damage. Okay, here we go. So this is a horror game, and there are horror checks. Characters in Orpheus risk the loss of their emotional and spiritual well-being due to their participation in horrifying circumstances. The table on the next page outlines some example strata of awfulness along with the stress damage that accompanies them and checks necessary to avoid it. Stress damage caused by witnessing or doing horrific things can only be mitigated partially by a successful check. The notation X versus Y, Z is used, noting the DV of the check, the stress damage to check on that failure, and the stress damage dealt on success, respectively. Note that horror checks are rolled either with a stability, will, or discipline focus skills. Stress damage caused by horror checks can be reduced by spending spiritual or mental strain. Okay, so discovering a dismembered corpse of evidence of is a DV1. And if you fail, you take 2. You take 2 stress damage. And if you succeed, you take 1 stress damage. DV2, 4-2, DV3, 6-3, DV4, 8-4, DV5, 10-5, DV6. Okay, so pretty clear math on these. So discovering a dismembered corpse is the lowest. Seeing a minor impossible event, E, a drop of water falling up, then being attacked by 1 or more armed assailants, seeing a monster, seeing your close friend horribly murdered, being tortured, seeing a major impossible event, E, a street folding in on itself and vanishing, or seeing or touching the face of a god. Interesting. When the horror is something that a player character themselves did or consciously caused, they also stand to lose humanity equal to the stress. What was that? Cat? That was weird. Ghost cat. All right. Sorry, I just the table shook, but no sign of the cat. Weird. Okay. So stuff that you're exposed to is just going to cause you stress damage. But stuff that you do yourself also causes stress and equal to the stress loss incurred by the check. So as much humanity as stress lost. So you only really lose humanity when your character commits horrible acts. Okay, interesting. Defense against horror. Horror checks can be defended against with a normal willpower or stability willpower check. However, discipline focus can also be used. Characters trained in discipline skill can attempt to compartmentalize the effects of horror check, relying on their training and laser-focused mindset to clamp down their reaction to the horror, dealing with it once the crisis is over. This allows for a more robust defense against horror, but runs the risk of more severe negative effects if the character's resolve breaks. Oh, I like that there's a whole system for compartmentalization. To compartmentalize a horror check, check discipline focus against the DV. If you succeed, you suppress your natural fear response, but this places a lasting burden on your psyche. You take the amount of stress damage associated with a successful horror check, and you may use mental and or spiritual strain to reduce the damage. Mental strain damage reduction rate is based on acuity rather than force of will. However, you also lose 1 humanity for each 4 stress damage you stood to take on a successful discipline check. If you fail the horror check and take clarity damage equal to the stress damage you take as a result of failing. But this damage can never prompt the daze roll, which we'll see at some point. Okay, wait, let's just reread this. So you check discipline focus against the DV. So let's say you killed an innocent. Your DV is 4. You have a focus of 3 and a discipline ranking of B. So you roll your 3 dice. This evens itself out. So you are still at 3. DV is 4. You need to get to 5. So let's say because you are rank B on that skill, you can, you say, hey, I'm gonna reroll. I'm gonna reroll that, and and that doesn't cost anything, and it's important to you. You really wanna get through this. You just killed an innocent person. You don't want to deal with this right now. It's important. So you reroll. Okay, that's a little bit better. +1. So now we are at 4. 4 and 4. Still technically a failure. We need to get to 5. So at this point, we would spend a stress, or a strain rather, that would boost us up to 5. We succeed. Hi, cat. And by succeeding, take the amount of stress damage associated with a stressful horror check, and you may use mental and or spiritual strain to reduce the damage. Mental strain damage reduction based on acuity rather than force of will. So basically, let's say this was this. So I succeeded. So instead of 8, I would take 4 stress damage, but I can choose to, because I did this, I can choose to spend additional strain to lower that 4, like a 1 strain, lower it to 3, 2 strain, etc., etc. So instead of taking damage, I just spent strain. But because I would have taken 4 damage, I lose 1 humanity by compartmentalizing it. But at least I don't take damage directly. Interesting. So it's a way for those like hardcore, like, oh no, my character's a trained soldier or trained medic or whatever. He wouldn't just immediately freak out by seeing a dead body. You're right. You have trained for this, but that does not mean it is not without a cost. I like that. It's this system, and we have to wrap up very soon. We got like 5 minutes left or so before I do have to wrap up. This is complicated, but that's not a negative statement necessarily. Especially since this is a game that wants to deal, like, this is where you would expect complication and a deep system in a game that wants you to interface with horror, in a game that wants you to witness horrible things, potentially do horrible things, but you're also playing a member of the Orpheus Protocol, right? You might be playing what are the backgrounds here? You might be playing a scientist or a combat veteran, right? Or a medical professional like that is not necessarily going to be rattled that much by discovering a dismembered corpse, or taking a life if they have to, like that sort of, in the case of a combat veteran, right? But that doesn't mean there isn't a cost. By doing that, by compartmentalizing it, you're not making it go away, you're shifting the strain, which makes sense of what they're doing here. Even like on a terminology basis, kind of makes sense that you're basically shifting the burden of that onto your training, which costs you a level of strain that you have to spend, but at least you don't take damage. But you're a little colder, you're a little more closed off, you're a little less human in doing that because you are compartmentalizing it. Again, this is a good mechanic because it fits. See, this is the kind of mechanic I like to see. In fact, game. I'm gonna give you one of these, honestly, because I really like I like a mechanic that makes sense story-wise. Like, why do these mechanical things happen? Because the horrible thing, training, compartmentalization, humanity, etc. Like, all these concepts tie in together to make this a really interesting approach. And I think that's really cool. That's really cool for a game that's all about horror. That's which your character is going through these things and fighting against that horror and resisting and all that is an important part of the game. This is an excellent, I think, rule, an excellent approach to it. Let's see, horror thresholds. Horror checks, aside from those that are purely unnatural and eldritch in nature, tend to be caused by the following factors: danger, despair, or disgust. Players keep track of the highest DV horror check they've succeeded against from each type of horror above. This is noted as a horror threshold for that horror type. Characters automatically succeed horror checks less severe than the threshold for a given horror type and may spend 1 humanity to prevent 2 stress damage caused by these checks without limit. Social damage does not affect any relevant breakdown checks. In case where a horror check could be argued to represent more than one of the above horror. Oh, so that's even better. So both of these things. Another one. God damn it. Nope. And another one. Like, both of these rules. One gives you a mechanical representation of like using your training to get through something. And the other one is a mechanical representation of like how you kind of get situated to kind of seeing horrors. Like once you've seen something once you've reached a certain level of something, everything under that, like, it's okay. Like, it's not great, right? But it's not going to cause you to freak out because I've seen some shit, right? This is the I've seen some shit rule. That's cool. I like that. As your characters kind of grow more jaded and more experienced, they get more stuff. Acclamation to horror. That's basically what it is, right? Character becomes accustomed to a given type of horrible thing. Orpheus agents see a lot of stuff. Their minds attempt to adapt to better survive. Each character gains acclamations through advancement with direction. Okay, so also you gain certain things. You gain a strong stomach, fatalism, or courage, and that gives you specific things that you can pay some humanity to reduce things. I like that stuff too. May be applied after rolling the horror check. Acclamation-based reduction effects affects total damage. Some horror is cosmic or eldritch in nature, arising from a violation of reality itself. Player characters never get used to this unnatural horror, so there is something that goes past that. I like that. Defense against horrors gained through knowledge, eldritch skill, which costs you humanity. Makes sense. Then there's embracing the abyss. Characters in Orpheus can embrace their inhuman side to insulate themselves from the full effects of the horrors they witness. A player may pay 10 humanity to reduce the stress damage incurred by a horror check by 10. This reduction applies before checking for breakdown. Thus, reducing the total stress damage below 5 would cause there to be no breakdown roll. We haven't seen breakdown yet, so I'm guessing that's going to be a separate mechanic that we haven't been introduced to yet. Well, that's probably in the damage, right? Because we got those 3 damage tracks. We haven't really seen what happens when the 3 damage tracks, reach 0, right? But cool. So basically, you can just like embrace your inhumanity to kind of just like let it, let it flow off your back. You may not embrace the abyss more than once per session. And a note: for one-off adventures intended for a dark and horrific tone, directors can disallow this effect, making the effects of horror more harrowing. Yeah, cool. Then surrendering to fear, and with this we'll wrap it up because I'm not going to read the example and then we're done. The fear of dying that comes along with any combat encounter is a powerfully disruptive influence on a character's ability to perform optimally. When a character is put into lethal danger or elects to put themselves in such, they must resist the urge to surrender to fear. In this situation, if a character surrenders to fear, choosing to act in a way that maximally reduces their exposure to the danger without confronting the source of the danger, they regain half of the strain they spent on the horror check prompted by the danger, as well as half of the strain they spent on reducing the damage caused to them. If a character cannot take action to remove themselves from harm's way, they may not surrender to fear. If a character surrenders to fear, then later chooses or is forced to confront the danger, they take the horror check a second time, not benefiting from horror thresholds. The situation where the horrific element appears only to quickly disappear and no longer be in evidence is often seen in horror films. Surrendering to fear can be modeled as seeing something strange and dismissing the event as a trick of the light or some other comforting, mundane justification. Interesting. So basically, you do a horror check, and you resolve the horror check, you spend strain to reduce damage or whatever it is, right? But then, if you choose to surrender to fear, choose to act in a way that maximally reduces your exposure to danger. So basically, run away, hide, do not confront the fear further, or ignore the fear, pretend it's not there, whatever. If you choose that, then you get to recover some of the strain you spent on not freaking out. But if you are later forced to confront that same horror again that you surrendered to and try to get away from, you're gonna get hit with it even worse because this time you're not gonna be able to like use horror thresholds to kind of lower that anymore. That's an interesting. Again, I overall, like, this is what we're wrapping up because we are done. So next time we look into this, which maybe Thursday, I guess, we will look at the social influence, which again, this game wants to make up a major thing, and I'm excited to, based on what we've seen with the horror system. Let's go to the regular one. Oh, there we go. Hey, so yeah, I really like what this game is doing. It is a horror game that has a set of horror management mechanics, HMM, horror management mechanics, that I think are really interesting. And make sense within what the game is trying to do and the approach to horror it's trying to take. And I think it's doing a good job of it. I think it's doing a really interesting approach to that in a way that I really haven't seen with other horror games, without falling into the sanity point trap, right? Because it's not like, you'll notice that it's not causing you to go insane. You are taking mental strain and mental stress. There are consequences, but it's not like, oh no, I got scared so much that now I have insert mental illness here, right? Which I appreciate. I very much appreciate that it does that, because not every game that does horror handles that in the best way. So I overall, yeah, thumbs up. I like how it's approaching horror. The mechanics are complex without being overwhelming. The complaints that I had about the ranks actually became a non-complaint. But again, it is a level of complexity. It's not a simple system. This is definitely the kind of system that, introducing it at the table, I feel would work better with some kind of like intro adventure. It's like, I think it would behoove the new GM running this for a new group that has not encountered the system yet, to set up some kind of intro scene in which, hey, everybody's going to get to make a role, everybody's going to get to interface with the system somehow, so to get you all used to this, because it's very different from what a lot of other systems are like. It's unique enough that it's going to require a little bit of practice, but once you kind of get into it, it's manageable. I think I kind of understand it. Let's see. The sanity points are a good idea that can easily be done badly, and that I often see it become problematic. But I like it. Right. That's the thing. Like, sanity points, they're not bad per se, but that approach can, again, yeah, it historically has been problematic with certain things. I think more than just the sanity points themselves, it's the consequences, right? It's the whole like, oh, you know, we're mechanizing and gamifying mental illness, and that's always going to be very tricky, right? Nobody likes seeing their like a mental illness that perhaps they have experience with reduced to a game mechanic, right? That's just it feels weird. So I get it, and I think overall, I like what this game, because it's focusing on horror. It's not focusing on insanity so much. And in fact, instead of reducing insanity, what's reducing is your humanity, which is a different approach to it that I kind of like, because the more you go through, the less human you become, because you're closing off parts of yourself. You are losing parts of what makes you human. I kind of like that approach a little bit better. Exactly. And that's the other thing. I don't want my mental illness to be a punishment, right? Especially for folks like us, like ADHD, autism. Like, these are not necessarily even mental illnesses. Like, I don't think I even like referring to them as illnesses per se. They're simply different mental modes of being, effectively. Like, being autistic is not like I am a normal person with autism. No, I am autistic, right? This is who I am as a person. Like, it's that difference there. It's like autism is not something, it's not a plus, it's not a skill or a flaw that you add to my character sheet. No, my character type is autistic, to bring it into that. And anybody who's been watching the stream for the past 4 hours, I think will agree with me on that. So, anyway, on that note, time to wrap up. Hey, Arbalists, we are in fact all crazy here. Look, I've got a whole bunch of minis with supports that have not yet cured that I need to clean up. And some minis for my players that I need to reprint. So I'm gonna go ahead. Multi-class autistic and ADHD. Exactly. Like I had to split all my XP between those two, and that explains a lot, honestly. Yes, Arbalest, send me some STLs. Send me some STLs. Uncivilized underscore Dan at protonmail.com is the best way to get a hold of me, honestly. Or just ping me on any of the socials. But yeah, send me stuff. I want to print more stuff. But with that in mind, folks, you're just ADHD class. I'm like I said, I've recently been reading. I highly recommend the book Unmasking Autism. I've been reading through it very slowly, but I've been reading through it, and yeah, I think it's both. I think in all ADHD, um, it just it explains a lot. But yeah, anyway, beyond that, beyond the discussion of my particular brain shapes, it's time to wrap up. So, folks, thanks so much for hanging out. Again, reminder: no stream tomorrow because I will be very busy. We will be back on Thursday with hopefully more Orpheus Protocol. Also, Thursday is when I'm hopefully playing my game of Triangle Agency. So I really hope that then on Friday for the Friday stream, I will be able to discuss and kind of hop back into Triangle Agency with a little bit more insight into how that went. And finally, I think there's. You know what? I'm going to hold off. I think there's another thing that was kind of an announcement for Friday, but I have to double check. Because it's been a weird schedule thing, so we'll double check and see how that goes. But other than that, I will see folks tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I will see folks on Thursday at the earliest, and I hope that I will see you all back again then. See, my negatives don't come from my brain; they come from how the world acts upon my brain. Thank you. That is actually really solid. I like that. It's not my brain is a different shape, and unfortunately, the world is not adapted to how my brain works. That's basically what it boils down to. Anyway, folks, gotta go. My cat is going to become the Joker, I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that right now. Thanks, folks. See you on Thursday, and wherever you may be, whatever time zone you may find yourself in, I hope it's a good one and you have an absolutely wonderful day, night, or whatever it may be in your end. Thanks again for joining, and I'll see you on Thursday.